Brothers and sisters in faith and in humanity, I hope the stream finds you in good health. Peace be upon all those who genuinely seek peace and work for it. My name is MuslimGamerTV, also known as Rock. When I start the stream, like anything else, I would start in the name of God and with thanks to Him. This stream is of my gameplay of Diablo 4. I'm back after over 2 years of quitting streaming. My streams nowadays will likely be extra chill with minimal commentary, if any. And because the game is for mature audiences, Diablo 4 is for mature audiences, also this stream naturally will be only for mature audiences. So if you are under 18, please don't watch the stream. If any of what's to come on the stream would not please God, then it may be partially on me. Still, there are things that I might not have been aware of and over which I have no control, like what some game developers may include in their games and what other players say or do in multiplayer cooperative games, what the stream audience also may say in chat. All of this is out of my control. Unless the chat messages are too many, within a few seconds I eventually respond to almost all the live chat messages. Still, I am sometimes distracted by the game itself, so I ask you to please be patient if I don't respond immediately. My usual disclaimer is that I am Muslim, but I do not represent Islam as a belief system or Muslims in general. I only represent myself. And unless clearly stated, I'm talking about verifiable facts, historical or scientific, my opinions are my own, especially my mistakes are my own. I currently do not constantly talk or provide commentary while streaming, so you may sometimes get hours of silent gaming and streaming from me. But occasionally on my streams, inspired by something that happens in-game or by your messages, I talk about various subjects like religion, science, health, and of course, games. And I try to make my talks informative or at least beneficial somehow. If you choose to watch my streaming or archived streams, then I hope I've prepared you very clearly for what you may expect. And this introduction is mainly for those who find the archived stream later on, because I'm back after years and I haven't been really active, so there's no one really watching the stream. I'm just streaming mainly for myself to kind of keep a record of what I'm doing in the game nowadays. And I'm actually late, as you will see. I have I don't have any level hundreds, but my characters are fairly high level. Mid-game, you can say my characters are mid-game level. So yeah, I've been playing off stream for a lot. In any case, if you like the sound of all this, I would appreciate a follow from you on Twitch and a subscription here on YouTube. This stream is on YouTube right now, and it is what I use. Even if I stream sometimes on Twitch, I endeavor to use my YouTube channel as a permanent sort of basket for or archive of my streams. There's also a Patreon link in the About tab of my Twitch channel or the description of this stream if you would like to support the stream. If one day the streams receive enough support, maybe I can actually increase them. But yeah, as I said a while ago, for now I just play off stream a lot, and sometimes I also stop gaming because we have more important things to do in life. And by way of that, I hope that if you find this stream, the archive stream early enough, I hope you remember our brothers and sisters in Gaza, in Palestine, in your prayers. There's a ceasefire nowadays, but we don't know how long it's going to last. In a way, I almost feel guilty playing games while they're going through this, but it's a form of escapism for me anyway, to sort of manage my feelings. I know it doesn't solve problems. Escapism doesn't solve real life problems and issues like that, but it's a sort of a psychological painkiller in a way. At least that's how I treat it sometimes. In any case, I look forward to chatting with you if you like the stream. Maybe you can subscribe and come online or come to chat when I'm streaming next. Thank you. Just another quick clarification before we start playing. Yeah, regarding you might see. Sorry about that. I don't want to basically forget my microphone on and just go away from keyboard or something like this. Privacy issues. So yeah, issues. Some issues were happening with my chosen push to talk button. In any case, you might see that my mouse, regarding the quick way I move my mouse cursor in specific interfaces in this game, Diablo 4, like for example, Blacksmith repairs. I use manually activated mouse macros on a Razer gaming mouse to make up for this lack of user-friendly user interface and user experience design in the game. Diablo 4 unfortunately has these issues that are really annoying sometimes. This lack of user-friendliness, I mean, in the UI and UX. So anyway, I compensate for them by these mouse macros. These macros are difficult and time-consuming to make, but still, at least I can design them once and keep using them indefinitely while playing, often saving my wrists from repetitive strain injury or RSI. So yeah, just in case you see these quick mouse movements sometimes, that's what they are basically. Anyway, without further ado, I'll start playing now. Sorry about that. I just had to resolve this push to talk key issue before starting to play. Yeah, might as well also, just for the record, kind of show you, how my setup is on this Druid at least. So yeah, I'm using basically a Curse Touch for the invulnerability to make them vulnerable, to make enemies basically vulnerable. I know this. I'm gonna talk about this also. There's of course this is the go-to Storm Strike, and then you pick Fierce Storm Strike is the main upgrade or skill upgrade here to use on the Druid. But while we're on this season and it's available, I just I recently got this this insatiable fury, where Bear form is now your true form, and you gain +3 ranks to all Bear skills. So this is it kind of changed the way I want to play the class. So yeah, if I want to be in permanent Bear, especially with some other upgrades here. I didn't take this, I think, yeah, I didn't take this Bestial Rampage. I didn't take this just because, yeah, I don't think it's as powerful as Ursine Strength. Especially because I'm also focusing on overpower. To produce some overpower. But regardless of this, there is some other. Yeah, here this upgrade, when you remain in Werebear Provocation, when you remain in Werebear form for at least 16 seconds, your next non-defensive skill will overpower. So for this one, I basically wanted to remain permanently in Werebear form while fighting. So this is why I'm using Maul instead of Storm Strike, which will take me out of Werebear form and thus, basically deny me this, great sort of upgrade here, getting an overpower every 16 seconds. So, because of all that, I gave up the vulnerability. I gave up Storm Strike, and I gave up the vulnerability every seconds. And because of this, I basically had to. This was basically mandatory to upgrade a Curse Touch. And Prey on the Weak is another mandatory. It's mandatory because of a Curse Touch. And even if it wasn't mandatory, even if I didn't get Curse Touch, I would take Storm Strike and try and get Prey on the Weak. It's another mandatory vampiric power. And these are the season powers. They're gonna go away towards the end of January. But while they're around, might as well use it. It's sort of it's not very good game design. There's a good essay about it on YouTube. I can't remember now the term for it. They're like additions to the game that later on will be removed and stuff. It's not the best game design to make these systems kind of. They're almost like vampiric or like parasitic systems. Almost like parasitic systems. Almost in a way. Because they sort of take time investments, they take resources, and they take the time, and they give you some temporary boosts and fun or what have you, but then they go away. Then you waste it, and then you have to go into another new grind. But from the perspective of this being a sort of a seasonal thing, every season they will probably add a new system like this. You could treat it as something permanent in game. It's just it's something permanent, but it changes its shape in a way. So that game, I can't remember now the video, the video essay, gaming essay about this sort of design in games where they add systems and then they remove those systems that are seasonal systems, temporary systems. It was a very good analysis, critique of this way. But the other argument here is that you get a new seasonal system like this every season anyway, so in a way it's almost like a permanent part of the game that just changes its shape or changes its use. So anyway, regardless of this, so this was mandatory for me. Another one is this one is mandatory. Infection, I only took recently. This is why it's level 2, and that was after an experience with the butcher in one of the dungeons, in one of the nightmare dungeons. The butcher showed up, and it was an enraging. It was this. Which one was it? Affix, like a dungeon affix, the enraged dungeon affix. I can't remember the name exactly. Avenger, I think it's called Avenger. You can see it here. Yeah, I don't think it's in any all these nightmare sieges, and I can't find Avenger. But anyway, I think it's called Avenger. It's a nightmare affix where basically the mobs turn enraged. Whenever you kill mobs near other mobs, the alive mobs or the live mobs, they grow enraged or they get enraged. So extra damage and they turn red. You can see they're turning red. And if you keep killing mobs near an elite, the elite isn't just going to turn red. They're going to turn red and grow bigger and bigger. So this happened with the butcher in a recent run on my druid. It was insane. I mean, obviously, I knew the butcher is going to take a while to kill, so I had to kill others around. I killed I think 2 or 3 elites. I killed 3, maybe even 4 elites near the butcher, and several normal mobs. So I killed them all near the butcher, and the butcher, every time I kill a mob, the butcher grows bigger and redder. He becomes more and more red, and he's doing more damage. And all of a sudden, I feel like my attacks against him are not as effective as they used to be. And he started actually gaining health. He's like leeching. He had this leech effect. He keeps attacking and growing stronger and I mean getting health. He's getting his health back. I was like, what the hell? So anyway, this experience basically taught me that, or it alerted me to how this piece of gear here, Insatiable Fury, made me change. As you can see, like I'm not using a meta build here. So for example, it's not meta because it doesn't have Poison Creeper, for example. So I'm not using poison, and it just made me pay attention to this experience. I was like, oh my god, I gave up Poison Creeper, and now all my damage is physical damage. So if I'm against an elite or a boss that has very, very high damage resistance against like physical damage resistance, my effectiveness against such mobs is very gimped. My druid's effectiveness against the specific enemies that have high physical damage resistance is really gimped or weakened. So I said, what can I do now? Instead of getting back Poison Creeper and giving up the Earthen Bulwark, or giving up Debilitating Roar or Trample, which I really want. I want all these skills if I'm in permanent werebear form. So I said, okay, I'll take Infection then. And Infection is taken also for the Sorcerer class, the sorcerers who have this ring, Talrash's, I think it's called Talrash's ring. I have it on my sorcerer. So yeah, it's also taken to provide yet another elemental source of damage. So anyway, I took this one. I'm here because I want to upgrade it. And I also took Blood Boil later on to also give myself another overpower every 20 seconds. So now this skill upgrade that I showed you gives me an overpower every 16 seconds in Werebear 4. And this one is going to give me another overpower every 20 seconds after I upgrade it from level 2 to level 3. And this is Hemomancy. This is a huge quality of life upgrade for me personally. I love it, regardless, even if there's like another meta vampiric power, instead of that one, it's very difficult for me to give up Hemomancy because it's just a huge quality of life improvement. Being able to kill slightly distant mobs, not like very distant, but slightly distant mobs, like one-shot them sometimes, instead of chasing them right and left. It's a huge quality of life improvement. So yeah, these are the vampiric powers that I'm using. Here are the Spirit Boons, Prickle Skin, extra damage, of course. Sometimes I forget, but if I know I'm gonna face like a difficult fight, I can take this 10% reduced damage from the leads. And then my chosen spirit is the Eagle, this one, so I have the extra 5% extra critical chance and 30% extra critical damage. I gave up these two. And then here I have extend the duration of ultimate skills by 25, and I'm using this one mainly because I'm using Grizzly Rage now. But if I were using another ultimate, I might switch to this one. Dealing damage has up to 15% chance to restore 10 spirit. But I'm not like very spirit starved most of the time, so this one is better for me. If I feel like I need healing, I switch to Masochistic for the snake, Spirit Boon. And yeah, this is lightning. Yeah, I don't know why every 20th kill will cause... yeah, now I know, now I remember. So, my build is quite focused on the overpower mechanic for like extra damage. So, you might wonder, why did I give up, why did I ditch this one? Every 20th kill will cause your next Earth skill to overpower. Mainly because it's not like really wowing me. Like, I mean, I know this is good in farming, like speed farming. This is good for sort of like just groups of mobs, attacking groups of mobs. So actually, I might actually take it here in Blood Harvest, but I'm just worried that I forget. I sometimes forget switching back. So yeah, every 20th kill. I mean, if it said every 5th kill or something like this, I would take it. I would definitely take it. But every 20th kill, it's not really impressing me. It's not impressive enough for me personally, to be honest. So yeah, nature magic skills have up to 10% chance to reduce the cooldown of your ultimate skill by 2 seconds. I like this. Nature, and of course nature magic, I don't have anything other than pulverize here, I believe. Yep, this is shape-shifting werebear. Yeah, this is unfortunate. This was very effective when I was using nature's fury. Oh, there is nature magic, so yeah, this one. So this one also is nature magic, and this is shape-shifting werebear. So only these two. I have earthen bulwark and pulverize. Now that I'm actually, it's kind of a sort of a revision for me. I use this, I spam pulverize a lot, so maybe that's not so bad actually. Yeah, my pulverize and earthen bulwark, if I keep spamming them enough, they reduce the ultimate by 2 seconds, and it's pretty decent. And I have the ultimate duration extended, so this could potentially allow me to chain this ultimate. And it's a pretty decent, ultimate in this build. So I think I'm gonna stick to it and not switch. And now just a quick overview of the skill upgrades that I took. So these are three from items. I only 1 point here, 1 point here in enhanced for the fortification, and 1 point for the increased range and radius of the mob instead of the knockdown. I also have one here just to open up the tree. the maximum spirit, increasing by 3. And yeah, this is the extra cost of core skills, but extra damage. And this one will generate extra spirit. And this is a full upgrade, 5 out of 5 for pulverize, enhanced pulverize. Your next pulverize will overpower every 12 seconds while remain healthy, and primal pulverize to reduce the damage that enemies hit by the shell. Or I can, go for the stun, but the stun doesn't work on bosses. This one works on bosses, I believe. So this is this one. And then here, extra critical chance against close enemies, and here it's a given, just survivability, damage reduction while we're and Earthen Bulwark, I think it's 1 point here, 1 point here, and 1 point fortification instead of the damage. And this one here to increase the non-physical resistance to spike by 15, so elemental damage. And debilitating roar. This is mainly for the heal. I like the heal a lot. So I like extra heals generally, whatever it is. Self-sustain and fortification again. So yeah, that's that. And I skipped the whole companion tree, as you can see, because of the permanent werebear form. I took here. This is just to open the tree. And then while you have fortified for over 50% of your maximum life, your earth skills deal 12% increased damage. And this is for the pulverize because it's an earth skill, which comes from a piece of gear. So a lot of people are familiar with these things anyway. So this is extra healing, and this is the one I talked about. When if I remain in werebear for 16 seconds, then every 16 seconds basically I get an overpower. And trample. This is sort of to close the gap and provide some mobility, a little bit of mobility, plus the and then here, nature magic skills deal 12% increased damage to elites, so this is also for the pulverize. Earth skills deal 12% increased damage to vulnerable enemies. Self-explanatory, synergizes with the vampiric powers I took. And nature magic skills that consume spirit, which is pulverize in my case, heal you for 3% of maximum life, as you can see, extra. And then I took this Grizzly Rage ultimate, and then I took the Sonic Strength instead of meta best like that. Yeah, I just think, especially because it's also focused, I said this build is focused on overpowers. And my Paragon tree a quick overview. So this is the socket spirit here, the first one. I put Fang and Claw here. And this one is the Ancestral Guidance, and I put Guzzler here, and this tree is for the Survival Instincts. You deal 1% increased damage up to 50% for every 1% difference in current life percent between you and the enemy. It's mainly for bosses, really, just to speed up getting bosses. And the Butcher, the Enraged Butcher. So I think that's it here. Now the gear. So I have this Vasily Sprayer. Earth skills are now werebear skills and fortify you. This was very nice when I was like a shapeshifter, Nature's Fury shapeshifter. But I'll leave it as it is because this is an earth. Yeah, this is an earth skill, so it means it's going to. Yeah, so this extra fortification maybe from this, and also it means that pulverize, which I spam in groups, I spam a lot. It's gonna fortify me, so yeah, not too bad. This is still useful in this build, and this is the Insatiable Fury that gives me permanent werebear form, just legendary gloves with the pulverize shockwave forward. I love this. I really love this aspect. It's such a huge also quality of life improvement because you are a bit slow. I mean, until I upgrade my boots, the druid is a bit slow, so kind of running right and left to chase enemies, slightly distant enemies, is so annoying for me personally. A slow character plus having to ride, like run around to chase enemies is a bit annoying. So this gives you this sort of distance. It makes your pulverize long. It It's almost like a ranged attack, and it's amazing. I love it. I just love this. Is indispensable for me. I can never give up this. And just a legendary, just a random legendary leggings. Yeah, I left this. This was already in the leggings. I left it. I didn't care to change. I might actually put disobedience now that I'm thinking of it, since this is a decent upgrade. Yeah. I think I'm gonna put disobedience instead of this one. I mean, I'm not really feeling in need of more survivability, so I'll just leave it as it is for now. And this is also another, yeah, these boots, I left it as it is. I'm waiting for boots with speed. I'm hoping at least 925. I don't want to be like spending too many upgrades on a 917 boots, even though it's not. It's just 8 power level. I can power any. But yeah, I'd rather anyway. These are boots, and if we're not talking about uniques, I might as well wait for the 925 item power boots. I want one with maximum evade charges, like extra maximum evade charges, and ideally one with speed. This actually is not too bad. These boots are quite decent. The affixes, I mean, 22 all stats, 45 generation, very good for me, for my build. Cold resistance, I'm not gonna complain. Dodge against distant enemies, useful. These boots are not bad at all, and it also has the maximum evade charge. I am tempted, to be honest. I am tempted to just re-roll until I get speed on these boots. I might do it. I don't know, but it's gonna annoy me if I get like the just simple rare 920, because I get a lot of 925 items. I'm hoping one is gonna drop instead of investing in this one. I don't know, to be honest. Now that I'm thinking of it, I'll try, but I don't even know. Yeah, I could reroll the dodge against distant enemies, and then if I get like within a few rerolls, if I get a decent speed, like movement speed boost, I could then put a slaughter to, for even more speed. And this is just also another random rare, or yeah, another random 925 rare that had acceptable affixes. So I added Pulverize, is now an Earth skill to it. This is Mother's Embrace. It's very low power level, as you can see, 6 item power, 652, but I love that it's like my highest 35% resource. It's the highest. I always get like 20 and 25%. So this is why I'm still using this one, and this is the class that needs this the most. And then I got Eridus, Inexorable Will, when casting an ultimate skill, and again 5 seconds after you pull in distant enemies and deal X damage, physical damage to them. This damage is increased by 1% for 1 point of willpower. So it's, I really like this. I love this. Also makes up for the problem of not having anything to pull. Enemies like barbarians have the chains. The necromancers, of course, they are the kings of gathering distant enemies by their tendrils. Can't remember the full name, but the tendrils skill. So this gives the druid an alternative way. Well, I think any class, of course. Oh, it's only the druid. It's only druid. So this gives the druid, the ability to sort of pull in enemies with their ultimates. And this is also this ring also is very nice with this one here. So nature and magic skills have up to 10% chance to reduce the cooldown of your ultimate skill by 2 seconds. So this is very nice, having reducing. And now that I'm thinking of it, now that I'm thinking of all this, I am considering actually, but I don't know which. I mean, I could give up infection because it's very situational. Like infection, it's only for situations where I'm fighting an enemy that has a lot of physical damage resistance. So to be honest, and it's also a long fight. I mean, this is literally just for an enraged butcher. To be honest, now that I'm thinking of it, yeah, I should probably just remove this and use this one, use anticipation. Your ultimate skills deal 12% increased damage. This is very unfortunate that I gave up poison, because the ultimate skills deal 12% increased damage for each nearby enemy affected by your damage over time effect. Actually, Vampiric Curse might, yeah, this is a damage over time. Yeah. Maybe, I mean, of course, I don't know these mechanics, I'm not 100% sure, and Blizzard isn't very open about all these specific details, so it does make me wonder whether, this counts. And I believe the Vampiric Curse counts as damage over time. So yeah, I could actually take this, and it works in AO situations. But the main point is that it reduces the ultimate skill cooldown by 20%. So that makes me spam the ultimate skill a bit more, and then this should work like better. So I would be able to pull in enemies even more with this ring. And this is just an annoyingly low level thing, like necklace, with also without speed. I really want to have extra, because there's no other way, to do it, unless you play like werewolf here. Yeah, unless you play like permanent werewolf form, and you also only get like 9%, measly 9% extra speed movement. But otherwise, you don't have any extra movement, unfortunately, for the druid. So he's like annoyingly slow, especially if you see my rogue. my rogue is almost faster than the mount, than the horse. I mean, it's insane. Sometimes it's actually confusing or a bit overwhelming to control by how fast he is. I was actually thinking, I don't know, no, I think the necklace he got is unique. It's a rogue unique one. So, because I was gonna say maybe I can move my necklace from my rogue to my druid, but it's a unique, unfortunately, a rogue specific unique. So yeah, this dude, I'm really waiting for at least a 925 rare necklace that I can just upgrade with an aspect, and then try to re-roll and get some movement speed on it. I'm hoping, so this is why I haven't fully upgraded it. Not really, I don't really care much about it. But yeah, so this is the gear that I have. I talked about the spirit wounds, the abilities, and that's it. I don't think there's anything else to talk about. That's it. Let's start farming some. Yeah, but before farming, I was thinking of, let's see how it works if I do anticipation instead. And of course, I'm gonna have to sort this out. Because this is only 1 point per thing. So I have an extra. Yeah, so I can give up an extra. Like I can give up 1 ferocity and take an extra divinity instead, and then I can switch between these two. So yeah, let's go. Give up 1 ferocity and get divinity instead. I'm just gonna check if I think my rogue got the weekly bonus, but I'll check. Yeah, this here you can see my rogue's speed compared to compared to the druid. Insane. It's very, very, very fast, and I love that. I really love that.
It is done.
Come back if you need the forge.
Yeah, see, my God, the difference. You can see now that the rogue speed is quite fresh in our minds. You can see the difference. It's jarring for me personally. It's jarring. Play the druid right after I've been playing the rogue. It's insane. Beautiful. So now, yeah. So now, if I switch between them, they're all active. So they're all active. They are also all active. Lovely. Now that they are active, you can see the ultimate cooldown. So it was 43 seconds approximately. And now it's 34.4. That's a significant decrease, and it lasts for 12.5 seconds, and the kills extend the duration by 1 second up to 5 additional seconds. So you potentially, if I use it in like against groups of enemies most of the time, it can go up to 17.5 seconds with a approximately 34 second cooldown. Not too bad. Pretty decent. We can use it regularly this way. And it also does, and I would also be doing, yeah, the ultimate skills would be dealing 12% multiplicative increased damage for each nearby enemy affected by your damage over time effects. And in this case, I'm relying on vampiric vampiric curse. So yeah, I think it's probably better. But if I know, like, if I basically, if the butcher doesn't like jump me, I can actually just switch just before the butcher, switch in, put infection, and then put back anticipation if it comes on. But yeah, now I have I want to upgrade blood oil to level 3, so I'll go do some blood harvest a little bit until I can get this upgrade. Yeah, and I'll probably start playing a bit silently now. I talked a lot to introduce my character, the gear, long introduction after having not playing the game for so long. I'll play silently for quite a while now, probably. But I was saying, yeah, I forgot to do this before coming. Yeah, I wanted to. I'm considering basically. Re-rolling at least a few times, re-rolling these boots, try to get some extra speed on them, especially because they already have evade. This is something required for me, mandatory. Like whatever boots I invest in, I want the extra charges of evade. So yeah, before investing in boots, I mean. So I'll try to. And I noticed recently, I'm far from an expert really, but I noticed only recently that if you keep re-rolling on a single piece of gear, the costs really go up, like the gold costs. I know a lot of people don't care about gold, but they go up like exponentially. It's crazy. I think I like, let's see how much. So yeah, I've got like 218 million now, and I think I recently spent, probably, I wouldn't be exaggerating if I said I might have spent 100 million. So you see, I don't have like billions or anything. It's just 220. So imagine almost half what I had. So I almost spent almost half what I had like just a couple of days ago on only 2 pieces of gear. That's all I did. I was re-rolling to get the speed on boots that were decent otherwise. And I didn't notice, like I didn't know in the beginning, I didn't know like how much extra gold I keep paying. And then it suddenly dawned on me that, oh my god, I'm losing all the gold I have in that account for just and of course that's not to count the precious other resources that you have to spend, like for example here, the Forgotten Souls. My god, I spent so many Forgotten Souls and Fiend Roses on just 2 pieces of gear, and that's so now you can see that's like 91. I went up to 3 million just to make 1 enchant on 1 piece of gear. It's just crazy. So something. I already tried. You can see, I already tried to actually get the Apex, but then eventually I gave up, I guess. I'll try maybe just a few more times. See the cost going up. So annoying, man. I really despise this drain, this gambling. I mean, it's it's against gambling is a huge sin. It's one of the greater sins in Islam, and this is gambling in a way. But you know, my consolation is that I'm gambling away my time. You know, I have to go sort of resource rather than gambling. Of course, time is even more precious than money when you think of it. But you know, this is virtual currency. You're gambling away this currency, which translates to, by the way, time. It's not just virtual currency in this case. It's not a currency that you buy with real money. It's a currency you buy with your time. You have to go and farm these. It's so, yeah, I despise this mechanic in games. It's so annoying, you know. I should be paying, I mean, I personally would prefer to pay 20 Forgotten Souls, for example, and I don't know, and 30 Fiend Roses for a specific affix that I want. You know, this is, I would very much prefer that rather than forcing me to keep gambling 2, you know, Forgotten Souls and 3 Fiend Roses and hope to get the affix that I want. Just make me pay 20 and 30 and get what I want, you know, and also, you know, save me from this gambling. But they do this intentionally. You know, the gaming industry executives and decision makers, they do this intentionally because they want us. They want to brainwash, you know, our young people playing and all the impressionable people playing games. They want to brainwash them with the normalization of gambling in their head. You know, they want to treat gambling as a normal thing. You know, it's just normal to sit there and just keep gambling. It's evil. It's literally evil from an Islamic perspective, at least. Of course, Westerners and non-Muslims, they don't understand these things. And sometimes they don't even care. But as Muslims, we care about this, and we identify them, and we know them. We know that this is evil. This is like one of the sources of evil in games nowadays, is normalization of gambling, making everything gambling related. It's so annoying, man. It's so annoying. It spoils the fun for me personally to just sit there and do this. As I said, make me pay 20 and 30 to get what I want, rather than this evil, you know, this evil brainwashing and the normalization of gambling, as I said. Finally. Thank God. So yeah, 20, not too bad. And now I'm gonna put the affix and just forget about it. You know, unless I get another perfect, like if I get another pair of boots that's 925 and it has already like movement speed and it has maximum evade charges and some decent other affixes, I'm not gonna bother. You know, or at least just only one bad affix. I'm just gonna keep these boots otherwise. Especially because I don't have that many slaughter upgrades, so I gotta get the upgrade from the stash.
Impeccable.
Much better now. Oh man, much better. This speed. I just got like 40 extra speed. So yeah, 20 from, and I can increase. I can upgrade the boots a bit, and just increase it just slightly.
Use it well.
Yeah, this feels much better now. At least, you know, gonna have to walk like a turtle compared to my rogue. It just dawned on me that my voice may not be like loud enough sometimes. Like now, there's this background noise and music, but if I ever talk during combat, I think my voice is not going to be loud enough. So just a heads up, I'm going to lower the volume of the game a little bit, not my actual game, but I'm going to lower the volume being streamed from the volume of the game that is being streamed, so that while keeping my mic as it is now, just to make sure that if I'm talking during combat, my voice is heard on the video. Yeah, that's it. So I lowered the volume of the game a bit. I hope that's going to be good or suitable, like compatible with some talking occasionally.
can break that down.
It is done.
You're always back.
Don't dally. Hand it over. You want work done? Let's get started.
It is done.
The forge is ready. Whatever you need, you can still use these.
Greetings. Hello, foe.
How can I help? I can break that down.
It is done.
And lost. And found.
starting from nothing. I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Shake on it. Keep your guard.
bless you.
Made it without you.
Greetings.
Hello.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. Better than starting from nothing. respect, you ask? What's still got some good in it?
My magics await your return.
I can cure what ails you.
Lee, sorry, bro. Lee Jack, I just saw your chat. Unfortunately, returning to streaming after like so long has left me quite rusty. And OBS automatically adds the chat apparently, but I don't know, for some reason it didn't show me. Like I didn't see the chat on OBS, so that's something I gotta sort out now. But yeah, before I sort out, you asked this if the game is halal. Well, the answer is that halal games are very, I mean, extremely rare. Like PC games, like video games, PC games, like halal ones are extremely rare in today's world. So because most games are a mixed bag of, you know, a lot of probably, you know, haram things with not halal exactly. There's a difference between saying halal and mubah, or halal and permissible. So some Muslims are, a lot of Muslims think that halal means permissible, but that's not exactly accurate in that sense. Of course, everything halal is permissible, but not everything permissible is halal. What is the difference between permissible, or in Arabic mubah, and halal? The difference is that the normal state of things is that when something is halal, it means that it gives you rewards. It gives you thawab. In Arabic, thawab, reward. You get reward for it. It's like credits. You get credits. You get extra credits, or you get like positive points on your book, on your on Judgment Day. You have the balance, your good deeds and your bad deeds. So anything like things that are accurately categorized as halal, normally they give credit. I mean, a Muslim, in a way, like an educated Muslim, shouldn't call something halal unless you're actually getting a reward from doing it. All right. So if something is halal, it means that you get a reward for it. Unfortunately, the term has become known even in the West, even for non-Muslims, and they use it sometimes, of course, sarcastically, but sometimes they use it seriously, as if it's something like it, as if it means permissible, just permissible. But that's not the case, as I said. Permissible is something permissible. You may or may not get a reward for it. You get something like for doing something permissible. For example, eating. Like eating something other than pork, drinking something other than alcohol. This is usually permissible. It's called permissible. When do you call it halal? Like, when can we call food halal in that sense? We can call it halal in that sense if we are getting a reward for it, for eating it. Can you get a reward for eating? Of course you can. If you say Bismillah, if you say in the name of Allah, in the name of God, before you eat, and after you eat you say Alhamdulillah, thank God, you thank Allah, you thank God, you thank your Creator for giving you this food, of course, directly and indirectly. God gave us all the food indirectly by, planting, by making, by designing our planet Earth, by designing the environment, by, designing the water cycle, pouring rain down on forests and fields and so on, and giving us water, even if we're not watering our fields with rainwater. We do it like we water through pipes and plumbing systems and what have you. Where do we get this water from? We don't manufacture the water. We get the water from the water that God created, from God. Actually, we get the water from the sky, from the clouds, because the clouds, they pour down the rain. The rain falls on the mountains, and then rivers form, and then the rivers go to the sea, and so on and so forth. So if you thank God for all these gifts, yeah, you get a reward for eating. You were eating and you get a reward for it. But you can eat and not get a reward, and not get a sin either. You can just eat, and that's if you don't thank God for eating, and if you don't say in the name of God, and so on. So yeah, there is a difference, this subtle difference between halal and permissible, which I wanted to highlight. Now, using this concept, I would say a few games in today's world are permissible. So you're not getting a reward. This is why I said not halal. Why not halal? Because, as I said, halal should mean that you get a reward for doing it. Do we get a reward for playing games? Not really. I would really doubt there's a single possibility in today's world of getting a reward for playing PC games or video games. But do you get reward for playing games with your family, for example? Not PC games and video games, but I mean just games, yeah, of course, a father can get a reward for playing games, normal games, with his children, doing it to grow closer to them and to give them love and so on. You get a reward for that. God gives you reward for that. But do you get a reward for playing World of Warcraft or Diablo or Call of Duty or something? No, especially because these games are full of haram things or non-halal things. So yeah, in today's world, extremely few games, video games and PC games, can be categorized as halal or as permissible, let alone halal, permissible. Why? Because the vast majority of games today are a mix of kufr, disbelief, like basically anti-Islamic, like clear, I'm not saying Islamophobic, but anti-Islamic things, like basically concepts that are completely alien to Islam and are against Islam. Like, for example, even in this game, in Diablo, you have weapons called God Slayer. It's just blasphemy. It is blasphemy. It's an insult. It's a sort of an underhanded, indirect insult against God. Because the game isn't even about deities. Like, the game is about this fictionalized story of an angel, a fallen angel, between quotations, because of course the fallen angel is a Christian concept, and atheists took that concept and applied it to games without even realizing that it's a Christian concept. That Satan, Christians think that Satan used to be an angel, and they have this concept of fallen angels. We Muslims know that angels are infallible. Angels can never make mistakes. It doesn't work like this. So Satan was never an angel. Satan, and this is why in the Quran it says, he when God ordered all the angels to prostrate to Adam, to make sujood to Adam, all the angels obeyed except Satan. So in one part of the Quran it says this without clarifying, and then in another part it clarifies it. It says except Satan. So he said all angels prostrated except Satan. So that this sentence can give the implication that Satan was an angel. And this is how also there was a phrase, apparently I think that the Quran has this sort of reference to kind of symbolize to us that the Bible used to have a reference like that, and this is why Christians today think that Satan is a fallen angel. But then in another part of the Quran, God clarifies and says all the angels prostrated except, of course I'm not quoting like literal Quran, but the meaning of the Quran, the meaning of these words. So God says in another part what means that all the angels prostrated except for Satan. He was from the jinn and فَسَقَ عَنْ أَمْرِ رَبِّهِ. So he basically disobeyed God. He disobeyed his Lord. But he disobeyed his Lord not as an angel, as a jinn. Jinn are these, the invisible beings made from fire, which are divided into the demons, what even Christians know as demons. But then we Muslims know that there are also good jinn. And the jinn are the other species, basically, that have free will. So there are only two creatures in the universe that have free will, at least according to our Islamic knowledge. We humans, we have free will. We can choose, what we want to do. And also jinn, or these invisible beings made from fire, they also have free will. And because they have free will, they were divided into demons and the normal good jinn. So Satan was a jinn, and he had free will, and he chose to disobey Allah, disobey God, even though he had a direct relationship with God. So yeah, Diablo. Now to get back to the point about Diablo isn't even about deities, about gods, or so-called gods. I don't like using God in the plural, because God, to me, as an English speaker, when I talk about God, I talk about God. I don't say Allah. Even though a lot of Muslims say Allah, of course, and Allah is a beautiful word, and I love that word, of course. But if I'm talking Arabic, I'm going to say Allah, because Allah in Arabic means God. It means the Creator. But if I'm talking in English, what does Allah mean? Allah means God. Of course, it's a name of Allah is the name of God, but it also literally means God. Allah literally in English means God. So if I want to talk about my Creator in English, I'd rather say God, at least so that people don't think that Muslims worship something other than the Abrahamic Lord, the Abrahamic deity, God. The deity of Abraham, of Moses, of Jesus. We worship the same Lord, the same Creator. So yeah, in that sense, Diablo isn't about deities or gods or anything like that. It's about this, Lilith, the supposed, daughter of hatred, or daughter of one of the Satans, one of the devils, and this fallen, I can't even remember his name, what's his face, I don't care. He's actually a disagreeable, he's been depicted as a disagreeable character anyway, this so-called fallen angel. So this is what the game is about. So why put a weapon called Godslayer? It's blasphemy. And then there are other things, of course. There are many other problems, of course, in Diablo and many other games. So in that sense, yeah, an extreme minority of games in today's world can be categorized as permissible. No, they are a mixed bag of permissible things, okay things, acceptable things, and many non-permissible things. So if we're going to use this standard, we're almost not going to play any games. Even Candy Crush. When you think about Candy Crush, something as simple as Candy Crush on the phone, I mean, it's got it's related a little bit related to gambling. When you buy these gems or what. I don't even. It's been years since I tried that game, but they sell you these gems and what have you, and then you have to gamble away these gems. And to hide the gambling, they make you gamble with virtual currency, with these gems, so that you don't pay real money, dollars or euros, to gamble with them. Because if you start gambling, if you start paying euros and dollars for things that you don't know, like a so-called loot box. What's loot box? Loot box is an unknown product. You buy something and you don't know what you're buying, and that is the definition of, in Islam, from an Islamic perspective, that is the definition of gambling. If you're paying money for an unknown product, that is like part of, like, I'm not saying it's the definition, but it's part of the definition of gambling in Islam. Is this buying something, buying an unknown, paying money for something that you don't know? I don't know what I'm paying money for, but I'm paying money. This is gambling in Islam. So to hide the gambling that they're doing, instead of making you pay for a loot box, which is an unknown, I don't know what I'm buying, with real money, because then it clicks. Like if you start buying loot boxes with dollars and euros, your brain is gonna pick up on this. Oh, wow, I am gambling. I'm gambling away on my money. But so to hide this fact, the gambling companies, and they have like these people are not joking. They're not playing around. They have psychology. They have whole departments with psychologists and sociologists and people who study societies and study consumer behavior. They know what they're doing. They design these things. So they came up with this trick of basically making you buy a known product. What is the known product? Virtual currency. You pay 10 euros or $10 for 10 gems or 10 whatever, or 1,000 pearls or whatever virtual currency crap they're selling you. So, but then you take this virtual currency and they make you gamble it away. This is found in Candy Crush. Candy Crush, one of the simplest, most iconic games. So, it has some gambling in it, which makes it not permissible. It's not halal. So if we're going to use the standard, like pure proper standard of haram and halal, or haram and permissible, something forbidden or something allowed or permissible, we're not going to play any games. We're not going to play any games in today's world, because simply there's just aren't. I don't know. I'd be hard pressed to find a single permissible game. And muting some, I know there's this brother, of course, is a well-known brother with some decent effort, the brother who's responsible for the Muslim, what's it called, Muslim Gamer League or something, I think something like that. Yeah, MGL, I think it's called Muslim Gamer League. He's like spread the this idea of basically muting games. But on the topic, while I'm talking about haram and halal and permissible and non-permissible, I just want to clarify to the brother responsible for MGL, Muslim Gamer League, and to people, to other Muslim brothers and sisters who play games. Muting music doesn't turn a game permissible. It doesn't make a game halal. And I believe that the brother, I don't follow the brother, responsible for MGL. I don't even remember his name. With all due respect to him, of course. I think he knows this already, and I think he says, I'm almost certain that he clarified this before. He said that, muting music, I believe he said it. I mean, if he didn't say it, that would be very misleading. He must have said it, because if he doesn't say it, it would be very misleading and very devious in a way. And then, of course, he's a brother. I know that he's not a bad person. He's not a devious. I trust him. So yeah, the thing is, but I have to clarify it yet again. Muting music in a game does not turn a game permissible, does not make a game halal. You're not making a game halal by muting music. It doesn't work like this. The games today have far worse things than music in them. Music, as you can see, I'm leaving my music on I haven't muted my music, because Blizzard is known, like, one of the best things that Blizzard does, to be honest, is music, is sound. They use that, even from World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft, like 10, 15 years ago or something like this, the graphics were humble in a way. I mean, they were okay, but the graphics were kind of, until today, even today, by today's standards, World of Warcraft has like cartoonish graphics and what have you, and simple graphics there that you can run on simpler systems. But what they really don't, like, so in a way you could say that, World of Warcraft, Blizzard cuts corners when it comes to graphics. They simplify the graphics as much as possible, at least when it comes to games like World of Warcraft. But what they don't cut corners in is sound, the environment, the audio environment, the music. So yeah, and I kind of like, I don't listen to music, by the way. Like I don't have like playlists and things like that. At least I'm not saying like I've always been like this. Like in the last few years, I've stopped listening to music, so I don't have playlists and things like that. If I listen to something, I listen to Quran. I put Quran in my headphones and I listen to Quran. So I don't listen to music. But what if I'm already doing something, you know, dubious, you know, not perfectly halal in that sense, like playing Diablo? I just leave the music. I leave the music as it is, because it's one of the, you know, one of the most enjoyable things in the game. Like even specifically. Yeah, however it is pronounced. The music here, I love this. You know, I really love this this music here. But yeah, it doesn't. When I say this, it doesn't mean that I'm going to, you know, buy the separate soundtrack or what have you and listen to it. But back to the point. The point is that, yeah, an extreme minority of today's PC games and video games are permissible. And no games are halal in that sense, because it's difficult to imagine, like no PC games and video games are halal in that sense, because it's almost impossible to imagine that you can get rewarded for playing a PC game or video game in today's world. It's almost you know, impossible. So we are only left with permissible, and yeah, Diablo is not permissible. It's full of, you know, dodgy stuff. I actually want to make a series about this. I don't want to play like, you know, sort of to level up, but you know, if people start like subscribing, I get like more viewers. If I get just at least 10 viewers, if I get 10 viewers at some point, of course I'm not consistent, and that's why unfortunately I don't get like an audience. But if I do at some point get 10 viewers, if I get back to streaming regularly and I get 10 viewers, I might make a whole series about the culture, the basically the agenda, not the agenda, the sort of the subliminal messages in Diablo. I've played the game for a while now, and I've also done a lot of questing, and I can tell, you know, confidently, this game is full of subliminal messages that are, of course, anti-Islamic. Like I'm not saying I don't mean by anti-Islamic, I don't mean Islamophobic. Like I don't mean targeted at Islam specifically necessarily. I just mean against the principles of Islam and against the principles of all religions, almost all religions. The game is full of things that are dubious in that sense, or devious in that sense. So yeah, one has to be careful, of course. But you know, someone is going to ask, then why do you play it? Well, it's because I am, in a way, I am a gamer, and it's difficult for me to let go. I've stopped streaming for 2 years. I haven't been streaming for 2 years. I just recently started public streaming. I returned to games like a few months ago, and I returned to streaming today, literally today. So yeah, it's difficult to. I've grown up, you know, playing games, and it's difficult to let go of them. Very, very, very difficult. It's not easy. And if someone asks why not another game, if Diablo has a lot of, you know, issues or a lot of things that are against the principles of Islam, it's because of what I said a while ago. What, you know? Well, what then? You know, it is almost impossible to find like a really fun, engaging game in today's world that is purely permissible. It's just almost impossible. Almost. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it's almost impossible. Like especially when it comes like to the, you know, games with good music and good graphics and what have you. Yeah. So yeah, no, Diablo. But anyway, an honest answer is Diablo is not permissible. And what other game is, I don't know. I literally don't know, because I don't think any games are permissible. And I have to emphasize yet again, muting the music in a game does not make the game permissible, because games today, almost all games today, have far worse things than games. And one of and by what I mentioned, like this whole thing about muting music, that the brother responsible for the MGL spread, I was talking about him a while ago. Another thing is that I do have to also, I joined his Discord once, and I tried to talk sometimes about like some of the issues, some of the things that we have in games that we should speak, like we as Muslims, we should speak about. And unfortunately, he and his moderators have been, like, he has trained, like he has this certain, I don't know, this mentality. I'm not sure where he gets it from or why, but I think he has it, and he also made his moderators sort of manage the Discord server based on this principle. The principle that basically he doesn't want to criticize games. Like he doesn't allow any criticism of games on his Discord. And he says, I think it's because of, maybe superficial or close-minded, simplistic criticisms against games and gamers, like from Muslim non-gamers. Like Muslim non-gamers, they criticize, of course, like games like in an easy, superficial way. They don't go deeper into the real issues there. So he just wants to close that door. But I don't think that's a healthy approach to dealing with the situation. Actually, if we want non-gamers among Muslims to understand us more, to understand games more, and to understand gamers more, we need to open the conversation. We need to keep the conversation open, and we also have to discuss among ourselves the issues that we have in games today. Games today have a lot of problems, a lot of un-Islamic things, or not against the principles of Islam, and not just against the principles of Islam. Games today are preparing for the Antichrist, like the Dajjal. Most games and most media, generally movies and what have you, they are literally preparing for the Dajjal. They are making people love the look of the Dajjal. The one-eyed look, the Terminator look, one human eye and the other eye non-functional or deformed or what have you. Games and media and movies and video clips, they are preparing humanity for the Dajjal. They are preparing humanity to love that look, to find that look attractive, to find it sexy, to find it sort of empowering and admirable. So they're preparing humanity for this. So games are preparing humanity, for the coming of the Dajjal, so that when the Dajjal comes, when the Antichrist comes, people would follow him and love him and so on. And we should be talking about this. We Muslims, we are almost the only people in today's world who know something, who know specifics about the Dajjal, about the Antichrist. And we should be warning Christians, we should be warning the whole world about the coming of the Antichrist and the specifics that we know about it. Of course, a lot of Christians, some of them, they think that our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, God forbid, was a Dajjal or what have you, or like a charlatan and what have you. But we should tell them the truth. We should tell them that the Antichrist hasn't come yet, and that our Prophet that you don't follow has actually gave us the specifics about the Antichrist. And he is called Antichrist, even in Islam. Like we call him the Dajjal, the charlatan, but the Antichrist is a very valid name and a very valid label for the Dajjal. Even from an Islamic perspective, we accept this term. We accept the Antichrist term. Why do we accept this term? Because the most vulnerable people in today's world to the Dajjal, to the Antichrist, are the Christians. They are the most. Why is he called the Antichrist? Why is he not called the anti-Muhammad? Our peace be upon him, our Prophet, or the anti-Islam, or anything like this? Why is he not linked to Islam, even in our own culture? Because partially because we know that Jesus is going to come down, and he's the one who's going to be able to defeat and kill the Dajjal, the Antichrist. Only Jesus will be able to do it. And Jesus is not going to come down in a time where Muslims don't have a hero. We will have a hero. We have the Al-Mahdi, one of the descendants of our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He's predicted that he's going to show up, and he's going to be a hero for our nation, for Muslims all over the world. And he will be alive, so he will be among Muslims. And Mahdi is going to be among Muslims at the time, and the Dajjal will appear at the same time. And it's not going to be the Mahdi who's going to defeat the Antichrist or the Dajjal or kill the Dajjal. It's going to be Jesus. So we even believe in the second coming of Jesus. We Muslims believe in the second coming of Jesus. We Muslims believe that Jesus is our Savior and the Savior of the whole world, but not a Savior from a past sin, as Christians believe, but a Savior from a future catastrophe, a future danger, which is the Antichrist, the Dajjal. Jesus is going to be the only one who can defeat the Antichrist or the Dajjal. So he's going to save Muslims and the whole world from the Antichrist. It is Jesus who will do this. So this is why we accept the term Antichrist. But we also accept the term Antichrist because the most vulnerable people to the Dajjal, the ultimate charlatan, the Antichrist, are the Christians. Why would they be the most vulnerable people to him? Because they are the people who believe that the Lord can walk among us as a human, isn't it? Like who in today's world believe that the creator of the heavens and the earth, the one Lord, the one creator, can walk among us as a human. Who believes this in today's world? Isn't it the Christians? The Christians are the ones who believe this. So this is why they are the most vulnerable ones to him. And he is going to be, the Antichrist is going to be a human. He's going to be a one-eyed human who will walk among humans. And in the beginning, he's going to set himself as the king. He's going to claim that he's he wants to be the king. In the beginning, just, gradually. In the beginning, he wants to establish peace and bring prosperity and fill hunger and so on. And he wants to, he basically, wants to be the leader of the world. And then once he's accepted as the leader and the king of the world, then he will claim godhood. He will say, I am your Lord, I am your creator, I am a deity. That once he's accepted as a king, that's what he will claim. And as I said, Christians are already prepared. Christians already believe that the Lord can walk among us as a human. So when the Antichrist comes, and he comes with his miracles, and he's going to come with miracles, he's going to fill hunger, he's going to make, basically, it's going to come at a very difficult time. There will be no food, famines, wars, problems, and he's going to solve all these problems and bring a lot of money and bring a lot of food to the hungry. Imagine the level of this test. And he's telling after he does all this, and he comes with miracles, and he will come with miracles because the demons, Satan, and the rest of the demons will help him, will help the Antichrist with miracles, literal miracles. So people will be fooled. So imagine who will follow him the most. He's a man walking among us, powerful, brings food, fills hunger, brings miracles, and he tells you that he is your Lord and he's your creator. Who is most prepared to believe this lie in today's world? Isn't it the Christians? Yes, the Christians. Christians are the ones who are prepared to believe this, because they already believe that the Lord walked among humans as a human. So why not do it again? Why won't he do it again? Of course. But we Muslims, we know God never walks among us as a human. God is the creator of the heavens and the earth. He is larger than the universe. He is larger than life. And he is one and only one. But yeah, in any way, to get back to the point, games are preparing the world for the Antichrist, for the Dajjal, in many ways. I don't understand why isn't the brother in the I once tried to talk about this in his server, and this is why I was talking about the brother, the MGL brother. I tried to talk about this, and I didn't even discuss or argue. I left a message. I literally left a message. I said, this is a list of all the movies and the games. I didn't even pick on games. I said this is a gallery of basically the all the games and movies in today's world that are glamorizing the look of the Antichrist, the one-eyed Dajjal, the charlatan, the one-eyed Antichrist. They are glamorizing that look, and they're using that look to basically make heroes and powerful characters and what have you have this look. This is a list of it, brothers. Please feel free to share and what have you. I didn't argue. Literally just 2 minutes afterward, my message was removed. I didn't argue, man. I didn't argue with anyone. I didn't criticize. I didn't say games are bad for you. I'm a gamer, I didn't say games are bad for you. I didn't say why are you wasting your life in games. I didn't say anything. Why remove a message that can be very, very important and very, very helpful? Why are we making games a complete waste of time? And pretending that we're doing something halal, or that we're halalalizing our games between quotations. It's a silly word. I just invented now. Why are we pretending that we're making our games halal by muting the music? Games are not going to be halal by muting the music, brothers and sisters, or anyone really listening. Games are not going to be made halal or permissible by muting the music. You don't turn evil into goodness just by removing the music from the evil. It doesn't work. Life doesn't work like that, and games don't work like this, and Islam doesn't work like this. So if anyone can relay this to the brother at MGL, you're not making your games permissible or halal, brother, by muting the music. If anyone's getting this impression, you need to warn them. You need to warn them that they are not halalalizing, between quotations, they're not halalalizing or making their games permissible by doing this. And you're also doing something very, very, very wrong and very dangerous by preventing Muslims on your server from discussing issues like this, from discussing issues like the Dajjal, the Antichrist, the signs of the Antichrist in games. I'm not saying leave non-gamers who just diss gamers and talk, you know, from a high, sort of a high horse, and criticize in a superficial way on your server, like argumentative people and people who don't have like this common sense and good manners. And I'm not asking you to leave people like this on your server, but at least don't mute, you know, don't mute people who are talking like Muslims brothers, who are talking politely, who are trying to spread awareness of important things. You are Muslim. Use your gift of Islam to point out to the world, all the evil in games today, instead of just being silent about it and saying we want to play games. If you don't like games, then you know keep it to yourself and what have you. You know, this attitude is very, very dangerous, and Muslims are the ones in today's world who should be playing games while being aware of what's happening in the game. What do these things mean? What do they symbolize? How can they affect people? You know, when they play games that have all these things. So yeah, the brother at MGL really has to change this policy of his Discord server and his attitude, generally speaking. Just muting the music and thinking that he's fine now. It doesn't work like this. Islam doesn't work like that, and games don't work like this. We need to open conversations and have discussions about the things in games. And rather than have a black and white view of things, we have to show people the grayness of things. You know, rather than having a black and white. The black and white view is like when a non-gamer says that all games are bad. I'm never gonna play a game. And he's a non-gamer. He doesn't understand the attraction of gamers. It's like basically it's not the best example, but it's like a person who has never liked alcohol. Alhamdulillah, I'm one of them. I've never liked alcohol, but I have enough common sense and understanding to understand I have enough, for example, understanding of the lure of games. I understand the lure, the attraction of games enough to understand that even though I don't find alcohol attractive, I've never found alcohol like good taste, like even non-alcoholic beer. I don't find the taste like great. So I never find the smell or the alcohol or there's like attraction in I never find attraction in alcohol. Okay, but at the same time I understand the situation or the difficulty of an alcoholic person, an addict of alcohol. I understand. I can sympathize. In a way, I can sympathize with an alcoholic, even though I've never been an alcoholic in my life, and I don't like alcohol, and I don't like the smell of alcohol. But I can sympathize with an alcoholic, not in the sense that I don't condone it. I'm not saying I say that alcoholism is fine. No, I don't accept alcoholism. What I'm saying is I can sympathize. I'm not going to sit on a high horse and say, oh, look at this disgusting alcoholic, he's drinking alcohol. I'm not going to judge, the alcohol this way. I can try to advise, a person drinking alcohol. You should stay away from it. I give them advice. I want the best for them. But at the same time, I'm not going to sit on a high horse and say, point fingers and say, oh, look at him, he's drinking alcohol. In that sense. So from the same perspective, I understand that there will be non-gamers who will judge gamers harshly because they don't understand. Non-gamers, they don't understand the attraction of games. And it is us gamers who are attracted to these games, and it is us Muslims who have the knowledge and understanding, who need to analyze games, who need to open conversations, who need to show the world what is happening in these games. There is Dajjal, charlatan, Antichrist propaganda in games. We Muslims need to show it to the world. We need to open these conversations and talk about them rather than delete messages talking about them on our Discord servers. So yeah, this is very related to the question and topic of, is this game permissible? Is it halal or not? This is also related because we have things, we have phenomena in the Muslim society like today, like this, like what's happening as I said, what is happening on the MGL Discord. No conversations ever allowed talking about something devious or dangerous or bad in games. I found this very, very concerning. It's a very concerning phenomenon, and we should speak against it. So if anyone finds this video one day and knows the brother at MGL, I hope that he can invite him. He can give him the exact time I started talking about these issues, and then the brother can choose to listen or not listen. But this is very important. we have to open conversations about what is happening in games and the direction of games. We have to talk about the gambling, the covert, the hidden gambling in every single game in today's world. As I was giving an example a while ago, something as simple as Candy Crush. I mean, Candy Crush, doesn't have any naked women. You can mute the music. You can mute the music, quote unquote. So what is haram? What is bad about Candy Crush? Well, as I said, the gambling. The gambling is bad about Candy Crush. About every single mobile game in today's world. Every single mobile game has gambling in it, hidden, covert gambling, and it's normalizing the game. It's normalizing gambling and glamorizing gambling in the minds of children who play games. Imagine when you have a child playing games and he or she is being groomed from a young age to normalize gambling and find gambling normal, part of everyday life. It's just it's just a loot box. No, it's not a loot box. It's gambling, and this is what these are some of the things that we should be talking about. And is the brother at MGL talking about these things? I don't think so. Is he even allowing these conversations on his server? I don't think so. It doesn't look like it. And in all due honesty, my honest opinion is that he's doing more harm than good if all he's doing is muting the music. This is ridiculous. Muting the music and then suddenly the game becomes, gets the halal stamp. That is just absurd. It's absurd. It's literally absurd. So yeah, the brother should use his platform, should use whatever humble fame he's achieved on Twitch or anywhere else, and he should use his server and his community to talk about all these things, to talk about the Dajjal in games, to talk about the gambling in games, to talk about the dangers on our children, in games that children play. He should talk about all these things rather than be afraid that if he shows all this evil in games, people are going to say, well, why are you playing games then? And he's going to be like cornered. Well, don't be cornered. You can come here and criticize me as a Muslim and ask me. Yes, you can ask me, is this game halal or not? I'll give you an honest answer. And I gave you an honest answer. I said no. There are no halal games in today's world, and there are no permissible games in today's world. I mean, if you and I already answered the question, then why are you playing it? Because I am a gamer, and it is difficult to stay away from it. It's like an addiction. Yes, I am. I'm weak. Ultimately, I'm weak. Yes, I am Muslim, but I am like any human being. I have my own weaknesses, and this is why I said a while ago, I never liked alcohol, but I can sympathize with an alcoholic. I'm not going to sit on a high horse and pretend that an alcoholic is a weak, pathetic person. No, not necessarily. An alcoholic can be a very strong person in many other ways, but he has a weakness. He has a weakness toward alcohol. And it is in Islam, we have this concept that this is bala, ibtila. A bala means like a plight, a problem. An ibtila means a problem directly from God. A test, ibtila means a test. So this is like an obstacle, a challenge in life that God sometimes sends people to help them grow stronger. They either submit to their weakness or they keep struggling and trying to get stronger. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala God sometimes also sends us tests. He tests his people. And what is the purpose of the test? The purpose of the test is that the ones who pass the tests can be used later on in great things. They can become great achievers in life. How are you going to become a great achiever? How are you going to carry a burden, a heavy burden, and do something great in your life? Unless you're tested. You have to be tested first. We do this with, like a wise leader will do this with his fellow countrymen. A wise leader is going to test his fellow people, see who is strong enough before he gives them like any heavy responsibility. And God does the same thing with us by sending us problems and challenges and tests. So yeah, alcohol can be a test for some people, and games can be a test for other people like myself. It's a test, and we sometimes are strong enough to resist the temptation, and sometimes we are not. So yeah, no games are permissible in today's world. No, they are all full of evil, some degree of evil, and some degree of misguidance, dalal, misguidance. Misguidance away from and one of the most stupid things in today's world about games is this word being spread, gods, gods forsaking this. You have these characters in the game, and and they say, oh, gods forbid, gods forbid, gods forsaken. They're just changing, everything that all the normal expressions we use in everyday language as believers in God. They're changing them and replacing God with gods. Just like they replaced, like long ago, just like they replaced anything related to religion and God with dirty words, swear words, like holy, holy S word, holy, instead of saying holy heavens, something about, where God is in the heavens. So holy heavens, instead of saying holy heavens, people start saying holy S, the S word. What else? But this example is enough. There are worse examples, of course, but so they have replaced religious references to God with dirty swear words and so on. And by the same token, in the same way, what else are they doing? They're replacing God with gods in games, and it's one thing. It's another way of brainwashing people. Years ago, I was living in England, and I heard an old lady, an older lady, non-gamer. She doesn't play games or anything. It's clear. I don't think, at least, she was an old lady. And I don't know. She was a stranger, but I can't even remember what we were talking about. But one thing I do remember is that she used that word. She said something. I think it's an expression that I think she might have said God's forbid or God's willing or something like this. She used an expression that is reserved for God, the one Lord, God. And she, instead of saying God, she said gods. And I was shocked. I was like, gods? Where did you even come up with this? Are we like living in the 10th century or something? Pagans, and where are we living? I thought I was in England. I was in England talking to an old lady, and she says gods in front of me. I mean, what are you? What religion do you follow exactly in the 21st century? What kind of religion are you following? Seriously. I mean, to people who say gods, like in not in games. I mean, in games they are doing it in games to normalize it, to make it normal, to encourage, to basically erase the memory of God in people's minds and replace it with the memory of gods. Pluralism, But that lady in England, in the 21st century, in the street, just normal everyday conversation, and saying gods. What kind of religion are you following, lady? It's just bizarre. I didn't say anything because I didn't want to get into arguments. But that's what was going on in my mind. What are you people? I mean, what kind of religion are you following exactly in the 21st century? You are supposed to be either, a Muslim, a Christian, or Jewish, or a Buddhist, or a Sikh, or an atheist in today's world. We shouldn't have any pagans anymore. Like, shouldn't. I'm not saying. I'm not naive enough to say that there are no pagans, that pagans don't exist in today's world. Of course they exist. I'm not naive enough to say that nature worshippers, like this druid here. I mean, the druidic sect in Diablo is supposed to represent part of some of the old religions in Europe. The religions that had to do with worshipping ancestors. They asked their ancestors for favors instead of asking God for things, for favors, and nature worshippers. So we have the people who worship nature, and people who worship their ancestors. And druids, in a way, they gather both. In Diablo 4, druids gather both, and this is kufr. This is disbelief. Why have I said that no game in today's world is halal or permissible? Because of this. This is disbelief. They are propagating, glamorizing disbelief, glamorizing kufr. They're making kufr look more attractive, and we should be talking about these things while we're playing games instead of just playing, absent-mindedly, not thinking about what we're doing, not analyzing, not criticizing. We should play actively with an active mind. We should pay attention to what's happening so that we can, at least warn our own children one day. If we have young children in the family, we can warn them. We can tell them this is wrong. This game has this issue. This game has that, and so on. We can at least do something good, even though we are doing something bad in probably, playing games, wasting our life, and also engaging in haram things in these games. Not the music. It's not just the music that is haram. Many other things are haram in games today. But instead of leaving our action to be pure evil, we should balance things. We should try to basically use our time to learn something that helps us warn Muslims. That we've played, we're wasting our time a little bit, but at least we're paying attention. We are learning what these people, what the game designers, what the game executive. I'm not talking about the devs. The devs are just employees. They do what they're being instructed to do. I'm talking about the executives, the gaming. What are the gaming executives, the decision makers of the industry? What are they trying to sell? What kind of culture are they trying to sell to their gamers, to their player bases, to their people, to their gamers? And if we are playing a game anyway, we might as well use our time to understand these things, so we can talk. Like I did this, so this is why I'm able to talk for so long about something like that. So yeah, now to get back to the thing, I was saying about the gods in the plural. So yeah, we have people, we have nature worshippers, and we have ancestor worshippers in today's world in the 21st century, but they're so rare, and I didn't imagine I would just meet someone, an old lady in England who would be among them, or at least a pagan, literally a pagan, someone worshipping, someone talking about gods in the plural in the 21st century. In real life, not in the game, in real life. What kind of person are you? Seriously, what kind of person are you? What kind of person are these people? People who say gods in a serious conversation in the 21st century. What kind of people are these exactly? Where did you even come up? Where did you get this culture? Where did you get this religion from? Or where did you get these beliefs from? Gods? Who taught you this? What religion? We don't have religions in the 21st century. We do not have religions that teach these things. We only have Islam. Even Christians, they claim to be monotheists. Like when we talk to Christians, at least some of them, they claim to be monotheists. They say that, we worship only God. And then you ask them, what do you mean? How do you worship God if you say the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit? And then they try to explain it to you. No, it's just it's 1 in 3. It's like a package. It's like the clover leaf. It's like the states of order. And of course, these are the uneducated ones. When you talk to like priests and Christian leaders, they tell you that this is heresy. You cannot compare God to the states of water, vapor, liquid, and ice, 3 states of water, because God is, it's not like that. And you cannot, and they tell you even the clover leaf, 3 parts of 1 leaf. It's just a bad example. And many honest priests and Christian, leaders, they tell you that this is a bad example, another bad example, because the clover, the part of the clover leaf is part of a leaf. It's not a leaf. Like if you take away these 3 parts of a clover leaf, if you take one part of it, that part is never going to be a separate entity, functional on its own. It will die. It will die off if you take that, and if you take that part from the leaf, a part of the clover leaf, it's gonna die off, and it's never going to be one leaf on its own. So these are parts, 3 parts of a whole, and the Christian concept of God is not even compatible with this, because the Christian concept of God is that they are 3 separate entities, each of them functional on its own. There is Jesus, a whole entity, a separate entity, a wholesome person. There is God, the Father, and then there is the Holy Spirit. And each one is functional on its own. It's completely separate, and so on. And this is what the Christian, as I said, the apologetics and leaders talk about. So yeah, but then they can never truly explain the Trinity. If you ask them, how is the Trinity monotheistic? How is the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit monotheistic? How is this a monotheistic religion? They literally tell you, we cannot understand the nature of God. Like the honest ones, the honest priests tell you this. There are the dishonest ones, and there are the also uneducated ones who will, as I said, they will use the clover leaf example. They will use the states of water. They will use all these bad examples and uneducated examples. But the honest ones, they're going to give you this honest answer. They will tell you, Well, we do not understand. We do not know the nature of God. We don't understand the nature of God, and this is why it is impossible for us to understand the Trinity, like how the Trinity is monotheistic. How is it like a Trinity, three entities, three separate entities, but it's also a monotheistic religion? We really do not have an explanation for this, other than that God's nature is beyond our understanding, beyond our human understanding. And of course, the Islamic answer to this is that this is not about God's nature. Like when a Christian says this to you, as a Muslim, you say, I'm not asking you about God's nature. I don't, I know as a Muslim, I know that we cannot understand God's nature as humans. I understand this. I'm asking you about God's identity. Who is God? Who is your Lord? You, as a Christian, are telling me that your Lord or God is some sort of mysterious entity, mysterious esoteric entity that is a package. It's a 3-in-1 package. It's the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, and it's that's it, and it's a one. It's one. It's three, but it's also one, and that's all you can tell me. And when I ask you for more, you tell me that we cannot. As humans, we cannot understand the nature of God. And my answer is, I don't want to know. I'm not asking you for, to know the nature of God. I'm asking you of the identity of God. I'm asking you who my creator, who my and your creator is. Who is he? Is he God, the one and only? No partners, no likes, no equal? Or is he, some sort of package, some sort of 3-in-1 package? And he has a half God, half human son, half deity, half human. Kind of like the Greek mythology. Is that, God? Is that your creator? Or is our creator God, the only one? No likeness, no partners. And of course the Islamic answer is God is God. No, there's only God. There are no half human, half deity sons. There are no partners. There are no likes. The Holy Spirit is Gabriel, is Archangel Gabriel. He's not a deity. He's not a Lord. He's not a creator. He's not a God. He's just an angel. He's one of the servants of the Lord. Archangel Gabriel is one of the servants of the Lord. He's not an equal to the Lord. Even Christians cannot agree on whether the Father is equal to the two other entities or they are lesser. Are they lesser? Is the Son lesser than the Father? The Holy Spirit, is it lesser than the Father? Or are they equal? They can't agree because they don't know and they will never know. And because it's a nonsensical concept that that a monotheistic religion can have this Trinity concept. It doesn't make sense. So yeah, in today's world we have monotheism, pure monotheism as Islam teaches us, and then we have this Trinity in Christianity, and then we have this monotheism but refusing some of God's prophets, like in the Judaism. In the case of Judaism, they believe in Moses, but they don't believe in Jesus and Muhammad, so they refuse some of God's prophets. And then we have of course Buddhism, where there is no God at all, and everyone is God, and God is everywhere, and nature is God, and the leaf is God, and everyone is God. And then you have this. So yeah, they have this idea in Buddhism, and you have Sikhism, which is like a mix of Islam and Buddhism, and so on. But where is paganism in today's world? It's not established. There shouldn't be. At least it shouldn't be established. I can't imagine someone holding a mobile phone and riding cars and buses and trains and airplanes in today's world, talking about gods in the plural, being a pagan. It's something in my mind that's linked to primitiveness. Being pagan is being atheist is better, in my opinion. Being atheist is better than being pagan. Believing in a circle of gods, that is, much like lower level of mentality than atheism. Believing that all this came from nothing, that the whole world came from nothing, and there is no designer and no creator. But yeah, literally, atheism is better. It's more dignity. With all its problems, with all its stupidity and irrationality, atheism is a little bit more dignifying than paganism, believing in God. But we have people in in today's world, saying gods, walking around this lady. I never forgot this lady in England, old lady, telling me gods in my face, to my face, in a serious conversation, in the 21st century. So yeah, we have this, and these games are normalizing this. You know, to me, it was a shock, but I don't know. In 30 years, maybe it's not going to be a shock anymore, because games would have normalized, completely normalized the concept and idea of gods in the plural. So yeah, long story and long conversation. The question of, is this game permissible or not? Is this game halal or not? Of course, takes me to all sorts of side arguments, but they are still related to the core question and the core idea of whether today's games can be permissible or not. Very, very, very complex topic. But yeah, and with all that said, it's time for a cup of coffee for me. I'll take a short break, and I also have to sort out the chat, because I don't know why OBS is not showing the chat properly. I have to sort this out. So be right back. I'll try to find. I'll actually design the be right back screen right now while I'm online. So yeah, hopefully maybe 10 minutes, something like that. Be back. Sorry about that. It's been 2 years. It's been 2 years since I streamed, and I lost. I think, yeah. Of course, I reinstalled Windows. Did lots of things. So I already had like these transition screens and things like that. Everything designed, but yeah, everything is gone. So a little bit unprepared. I started streaming, and yeah, but hopefully it'll do. So be right back. Okay, I'm back, but the coffee is on the stove being heated, so I just have to go for like a 2 or 3 minute break once it's done cooking, so to speak. Another thing that Lee Jack he said when you asked the question, and I missed it unfortunately, was, is it worth it, do you think, for the 2 gears? I don't know. What does that mean? 2 gears. Is it related to Diablo? Where are the gears? I was where? I was here? I don't know. 2 gears. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Another thing, I collect data. I collect some data while playing. I'd like to know, for example, one of the things I try to collect is how long it takes to farm this potent blood, for example, on various classes and stuff. So to save my time, to see like if there's a specific class that's faster than others, and so on, you know. And I can, if I want to farm it, I can like focus on that. And also dungeons, like how long certain dungeons take and stuff. And unfortunately, I used some of the potent blood before registering, like how many I collected. So that's actually why I took a look at this. I don't watch my I wasn't paying attention to my stream on the other monitor. But then I opened it, like specifically just so I can go back and see like how many potent blood I gathered, and then I forgot to take a look. So here I am. I'll just take a look at that. found it. If anyone cares, I basically calculated this last session and blood harvest run I did. I started with 9 potent blood, and I finished with 463 potent blood, and that took 22 minutes and 34 seconds. So basically that amounts to about 1,200 potent blood per hour. Like if anyone, I don't know, if anyone's curious about these things, like how long it takes to get certain amounts of potent blood. But just keep in mind, of course, this is one session. So, you know, I might have gotten lucky with certain events and stuff like that. So don't think that you can actually get 1,200 potent blood every hour or more. I mean, I'm not saying this is too much or too little, okay? That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying this is one session, you know, we cannot calculate accurate. This is one session, one, you know, gear, one setup, you know, one class. You know, it's just too little data to really, but, you know, just, I mentioned it just in case anyone, you know, anyone is curious about like a very approximate, very, very, very approximate estimation. And you saw like whoever was watching like me playing a while back before I started talking, and yeah, you could see like, you know, I was one-shotting most things and stuff like that, most trash mobs. I'm not saying like elites, trash mobs, mostly one-shotting them. So yeah, it took that's like the speed at which I was farming them. And thankfully I don't have to farm anymore, and this is why I did a dungeon afterwards. I was just trying to get this blood boy into level 3, and now I did this and I don't need to farm anymore. I don't want to be honest. Even infection, yeah, I thankfully got infection in case I need it to level 3. And that's all I need to do. I gotta go check on the coffee. Right back. I'm just gonna change the title of the stream because I might switch to another class in a short while. Alright, good. I changed it to leveling my characters mid-game between parentheses. I think it's better. Damn, the music in this Turdulra. The music in this place is just it's got a beautiful, very beautiful sadness to it. It's strange. I wish they added a blacksmith here. I would come here all the time. You know, like to empty my bags and stuff like that, instead of going to the tree. This is another piece of music that plays here. It's not as it's okay, but I prefer the previous one a lot more. I want to test if I don't know. I'm gonna test if the chat is working on OBS now. So I'm just gonna send a message to the chat. Yay! Worked. Thankfully now I can, yeah, now I can see it in on OBS. Ah, thank God. Alhamdulillah.
Come back and see us.
It is done.
You can still use these.
Pa, is it true what they say? An angel walks among men? The knights marched to Cor Valar. If I were 2 years older, I'd have passed my trials and I'd be marching with them. Instead, I've scared. A skeleton crew will guard the fort until the knights can return. You'd be proud. No more polishing shields for me. They gave me a sword. Though I doubt you will ever see that. All right, soon. Eddie.
Sad. Yeah, this is one of the good things about Diablo 4. One of the... I don't want to say the few. I don't want to be unfair. I mean, there are lots of good things about Diablo 4. The graphics, the sound design, some of the music, most of the music. A lot of the gameplay mechanics, are fun. The character, your character is. I love that your character, your protagonist, is like a kind person. Like the way your character responds to certain people, the way he approaches others for quests. Sometimes it shows like he cares, like your character cares about others, cares about their well-being and stuff like that. He wants to be a hero, he wants to save people. I love that. It's one of the very beautiful things about the game, and we need more of this. We need more about we need relatable characters, not characters. Sorry, the more precise word here is protagonists, alter ego. Your characters, players' characters. We need more protagonists who care about others. For example, one of the masterpieces in the world of gaming is Red Dead Redemption 2. I think, of course, I'm not alone. I'm not a lot of gamers, a lot of even critics agree with this. One of the masterpieces in the history of gaming is Red Dead Redemption 2. It's just it's an incredible game. One would be very, very hard pressed to find something bad about Red Dead Redemption 2, but from my perspective, there is something glaring. There is the elephant in the room. There is a glaring, huge fault in Red Dead Redemption 2, and that is the glamorizing of scumbags. To put it plainly, to put it bluntly, the glamorizing of thieves, highwaymen, the glamorizing of cutthroats. Because what was the... Damn, I played the game for so long. I should remember his name. The protagonist in Red Dead Redemption 2. I can't remember now. But anyway, people know what I'm talking about. Gamers, at least. Your protagonist in Red Dead Redemption 2. Yes, you can play him. There's the good and evil side. You can make him steal from innocents and kill innocents and stuff like that. But you can also play him like quote unquote good. You can play the good version of him where he basically helps people and he doesn't steal from innocents and stuff like that. So what's the good? What's the good version? What's the good version of your protagonist? He's the one who steals from banks only. He's the one who kills. Policemen only. So if you kill policemen only and you steal from banks only, then you're good. according to Red Dead Redemption logic, at least according to Rockstar logic, at least. But of course, Rockstar has always been specialized in this, isn't it? Rockstar, with all their resources and huge resources, they're specialized in glamorizing scumbags. From their inception, from their beginning, that's what they do. That's their specialty in the gaming industry. It's to glamorize thievery and murder, like thieves and murderers and scammers and stuff like that. And these are their protagonists in GTA, in the GTA series, in Grand Theft Auto. They are glamorizing car thieves, basically, and highwaymen and killers and murderers. That's what Rockstar does. And unfortunately, very unfortunately, they chose to do the same thing with Red Dead Redemption 2, at least, instead of using a relatable hero, someone who's nice to people and kind to, or at least give the player the option. Start with a neutral character. At the very least, this is what I would want, at least Rockstar to try one day. Start with a neutral character, okay? Make the character not evil or good unless the player does it. You know, and I think we lack this in games today. You know, games that genuinely give the option to the player. Genuinely. What do I mean? I mean that the character by itself, okay, is not good and evil by itself. I'm not saying neutral from the RPG perspective. Because there's no such thing as neutral. In reality, there's no such thing as neutral. Even if you stay silent, you are taking a side. There's always taking a side. Like, for example, even in the issue in Palestine today, in Gaza and in Palestine, if you stay silent, you are taking a side. And the side that you're taking when you're silent is the side of the oppressor, because you're not speaking against oppression, and that is the Islamic perspective. We have an obligation in Islam called al-amru bil ma'ruf and nahy 'anil munkar. In Arabic, al-amru bil ma'ruf wa nahy 'anil munkar, which means enjoining good and forbidding evil. Simply, enjoining good and forbidding evil. So we have an obligation, as Muslims have this obligation. You have to enjoin good and forbid evil. You have to basically call others if something good needs to be done and it's not being done. Like, I'm not saying an optional good thing. No, I'm talking about an obligation. Something good that must be done isn't being done. If this situation arises in front of a Muslim is obligated to call for the good thing, to say we have to do this good thing, we have to do this mandatory good thing. All right, and by the same token, or in the same spirit, if something evil is being done in front of a Muslim is obligated to speak against it or try to prevent it. Like we have, like in the hadith, in the saying of the Prophet ﷺ, peace be upon him, he like organized or sorted the levels of faith. The strongest faith is the person who tries to prevent this with his hand. You know, prevent the evil with your hand, or do the mandatory good thing with your hand. If you can't, the hadith, you know, the hadith means a saying by the Prophet. The Prophet saying, peace be upon him, gives you also the option. He says, if you can't change it with your hand, or if you can't do this with your hand, do it with your tongue. What does that mean? It means call for it. Say, there is something that good that must be done and we're not doing it. We have to do it. You have to say this with your tongue. Or someone is doing evil. A Muslim who can't change the evil with his hand, because he doesn't have the law, the authority, then at least he says it with his tongue. He says, you are doing something wrong. You are doing something evil. You have to stop this. You know, even if some harm comes to the Muslim, but there's a balance in Islam. There's a balance between, okay, what kind of harm, what's the level of harm that can come to me if I speak against evil? I have to weigh things. I mean, if too much harm is going to come to me and I'm not going to change anything by talking, then there is the third level, which is change it with your heart. SubhanAllah, you know, glory be to God. We, like Islam, provides the solution and option for everything. If you have the authority, change. You know, make the good change with your hand. If you do not have the authority, change it with your tongue. Speak for the good or against the evil. If you can't even do this because, you know, great harm, like what does it mean if you can't talk? Well, for example, if great harm is going to come to you and you're not going to change anything, you know, so it's both. It cannot be one. Like if for example, you cannot say, oh, I'm not gonna, you know, you're safe, you're gonna be safe, but you're just not gonna talk because you're not bothered. No, a Muslim would sin. If a Muslim thinks this way, he gets a sin. A Muslim is only allowed to not do this obligation if great harm is gonna come to him. But if great harm is gonna come to you, and at the same time you're not going to change anything anyway, then yeah, in this case you are allowed to go to the next level, which is change it with your heart. So basically, just in your heart, say, you know, oh Lord, I refuse this evil that is happening. In your heart, just say it, think it. I refuse this evil that is happening. Or I wish, you know, we were doing this mandatory goodness, but we're not doing it. If you do this with your heart, then you have fulfilled on the condition that, you know, great harm is going to come to you and you're not going to change anything if you speak against it. In this case, you've done your duty. You know, at least changing it, you know, doing it in your heart. And that is and subhanAllah, the Prophet ﷺ said also, that is the weakest of faith. وَهَذَا أَضْعَفُ الْإِيمَانِ. That is the weakest of faith. If you only change it with your heart, that is the weakest of faith. But the strongest of faith is when you change something with your hand, when you have the authority to do this with your hand. And then with your tongue, if you can't with your tongue, then at least with your heart. So, yeah. In Islam we have these things. And as I was talking about the characters, like in Rockstar, on what Rockstar is doing, and yeah, basically, according to Rockstar logic, you know, you're good if you only steal from banks and only kill policemen in their games. But yeah, this is basically a scumbag, a murderer, a thief, a murderer, and a scumbag, and that is the character. That is your protagonist. Your protagonist in Red Dead Redemption 2 is that sort of person. He's a murderer. He's a thief. He's a scumbag basically, and he's a highwayman. You know, he cuts like roads and stuff, like interrupts roads and threatens to kill people. And people like him raped women historically. I'm not saying all highwaymen were rapists, but majority of them were. Most highwaymen are not just thieves. That's the thing. This is also the distinction Islam makes. This is one of the interesting things that people don't know, is that Islam makes a clear distinction between highwaymen and thieves. There is a huge difference. In Islam, the punishment is probably known for thieving, for stealing a high enough amount of money, and not for hunger. So you're not stealing for hunger. You're not hungry. You're not feeding your family. You stole a lot of money and not out of hunger. In this case, there is the punishment, which is not death. In this case, it's just the cutting of the hand. But highwaymen, they don't. The highwaymen have a different punishment in Islam, and the punishment of highwaymen in Islam is death. You know, like it's like murderers, like the same punishment for murderers. At least historically, I know that the death penalty is not being practiced in many countries around the world today. But historically, almost all countries in the world were, applying the death penalty against like confirmed murderers and stuff. And that is their punishment in Islam. The highwaymen, their punishment is the same punishment of murderers. Why? Because like normally a highwayman basically is a killer. Like in the vast majority of cases, they kill because they are threatening people. Because they threaten people, they threaten people's lives to steal money. Yes, they don't kill like necessarily always. They don't always kill necessarily, but they are ready to kill. They are more than ready. The highwayman is more than ready to commit murder to steal money. You know, if you refuse to, and historically, the vast majority of them killed at least one person. Maybe, they don't randomly kill everybody, but historically, the vast majority of highwaymen would threaten, a group of people, a group of travelers, threaten their life to take their money. If they refuse or resist, they make an example. How do they make an example? By murdering one of them. They murder one of the travelers to make an example of him or her or whatever. They say and then they say to the rest, if you don't give us your money, everything you have, we're going to, kill you just like we killed your friend or whatever. This is what happened. So highwaymen are almost necessarily murderers, and historically most of them were also rapists. So they were rapists and murderers, and that's how it works. And your protagonist in Red Dead Redemption 2 is literally a highwayman. One of the things he does like habitually, and you do it like even quests. Like if you want to do the story, I know you can ignore the quests, you can go ignore the story if you want, but I'm talking about the single player. Most single player people will play the story. And if you want to play the story, you are forced. One of the things that you are forced to do is basically being a highwayman, threatening travelers to take their money. So yeah, you scam, you do everything. You murder police officers in Red Dead Redemption 2. You work as a highwayman. You scam people. You steal from houses. You do everything that is evil. And ultimately, you can be good. And gamers cry. And I was affected like by his death. I'm sorry if this is a spoiler for anyone, but yeah. Now that I've said it, the game is old anyway. Don't judge me. I mean, if you haven't played Red Dead Redemption 2 by now, you're probably never gonna play. But yeah, I was one of the people affected by naturally we're humans. But when you think away, when you set aside your emotions for a bit, and think rationally, this is what Arthur. His name is Arthur. My God, I just remember his name. Arthur Morgan? Yep, Arthur Morgan. Oh my God, suddenly I remember his full name. So Arthur Morgan, I was one of the people affected by him. And yes, I tried to be as good as possible. But when you think rationally, away from emotions, Arthur Morgan is a murderer, is a killer, is a thief, is a highwayman, is a bank robber, everything, you know, all the evil things that can be done. He does it like Norman, and he's mixing all the goodness and, you know, returning people's money and refusing usury and all these things. He's doing these things, but he's a mixed bag. He's mixing this with some of the worst crimes ever, murdering police officers, you know, stealing people's money. He's doing like great evil, and then, you know, but he's paying charity. He pays charity. He gives. He's kind to children. Oh, he's kind to children. Really? He's a murderer, a thief, a highwayman, but he's kind to children. Is this some sort of joke? But yeah, this is the kind of world that we live in. And gamers are just gulping this. A lot of gamers are just gulping this. They don't even pay attention. And this is the thing that Muslims should be talking about, because we have the knowledge, we have the understanding, at least some of us have the knowledge and understanding, and we should be talking about all these things. We should be exposing how ridiculous all these things are. You know, to think that, you know, like what I just said, like, you know, he's a murderer and he's a thief and he's a highwayman, but he cares about children. You know, this is just ridiculous. Gamers and people, or specifically gamers, really need to start thinking a bit like more rationally, a bit more intelligently. They need to realize that this is ridiculous. There is no such thing as Arthur Morgan is a good person because he cares about children and he pays charity and he refused to, you know, take usury money and blah blah blah. You know, he cannot make up for his crimes in the story by doing these things. You can't make up for murdering countless police officers and stealing countless amounts of money from innocents, you know, and the poor and the rich alike. You can't make up for all this by being kind to children and paying some charity and what have you. You know, life doesn't work like that. And this is the thing. And people are shedding tears, you know, on stream and on videos and in testimonies, in comments. Thousands of gamers shed tears for Arthur Morgan. Can you know, like just think about this for a minute. They shed literal tears, salty liquid water came out of their eyes, you know, for Arthur Morgan's, you know, death. And who is Arthur Morgan? Arthur Morgan is a murderer, a thief, and a highwayman. Literally. No, there's no option to not be that way. That's the thing. You don't have an option in the game. You do not have an option to not be that way. If you play if you play the game normally, if you play the canon, like if you play in a canon way, all right? If you play the game in a canon way, if you get 100% or get, you know, finish the whole story, at least not 100, because of course there are like side missions and things like that. But if you play like the full story, you do not have an option to avoid this identity. You are forced to become a murderer, a thief, and a highwayman if you play the story, you know, the full story. So, and as I said, you know, thousands of gamers have shed tears for this man, and they think he's nice and kind and blah blah blah. But, you know, come on. So we should be talking about these things, and this is what Rockstar is doing. You know, this is the result of Rockstar. Rockstar has this genius, has this level of genius and talent to effectively glamorize evil, to make, you know, murderers, thieves, and highwaymen become some of the most beloved characters to your heart. And they are literally murderers, thieves, and highwaymen. And you have to keep saying it over and over again to remind yourself that this is what Rockstar is doing. They are glamorizing these kinds of people, making them look so attractive and so nice in your heart, and in the heart of thousands of gamers out there. And we should be talking about all these things and discussing them, and wondering why is it that way. And this is what I was talking about a while ago. The games that we need protagonists who are like white pages. It's a white page, all right, and the gamer gets to fill this page with whatever they want. Give us these options, all right? Give us, you know, I'm not saying remove evil. I'm not saying completely remove the ability to do evil in games. You know, that's not what I'm saying. I actually genuinely don't want that to happen. All right. I want, even though a lot of Muslims would criticize what I'm saying, by the way, a lot of Muslims would say, how can you justify the option to do virtual, even if it's virtual, even if it's like fake and you know, fiction and virtual, but how can you justify the ability to commit evil, to have like an extension of yourself, which is your character. Your character sort of acts as an extension of yourself sometimes. And this is not an exaggeration, by the way, because gamers, what do gamers say? They say, I died. Isn't it? Even gaming companies, they write they write this way here in this game. Let's see. You gain. See this? See this? Here it is in front of your eyes in orange, imprinted. You gain 20% movement speed. It's you. You who gained, not your character. It's not your druid. No, it's you. You gain 20% movement speed. See, the gaming companies talk that way. They write this way. Here, gain. No, it's not like your character gains. Like they could have said, your character gains 20% bonus amount to your next, to his or her, whatever his. It's a he. So. Your character gains bonus amount to his next earthen bulwark for each enemy he crowd controls up to a maximum of 100%. They could have written this way, the company, you know, Blizzard could have written the note that way, isn't it? But no, they say you gain for each enemy you crowd control. And here every single tooltip is talking about you. And the gamers themselves accept this and they say, I died. It's your character who died. But no, the gamers say, I died. So your characters literally become extensions of yourself. So some Muslims would say, you know, how can you justify, you know, allowing extensions of ourselves to commit evil even if it's like fictionalized and in a virtual environment or in a game, in just a game, because it affects the psychology, it affects the psyche. I know a lot of people don't realize this, but it does. It really does. And by the way, I'm not one of those people who say that, you know, violent games create murderers. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm a gamer. I don't have this superficial understanding of games. I don't have this simplistic way of looking at things that, oh, if I look at how many bodies, you know, my druid. Look at this. It's a massacre. I'm not saying that because I'm, you know, doing this, look at, you know, the bodies, it's quite gory, isn't it? It's a gory scene. So I'm not saying that because I have this gory scene has become, you know, background, something in my background, then suddenly I'm gonna become a murderer. That's not what I'm saying. Of course I'm not. You know, of course I'm still a good person, and I want to do good in the world and so on. So I don't treat this in a simplistic way. But what I'm saying is that it affects the psyche. At the very least, it desensitizes your mind. It desensitizes your mind toward violence. It makes violence just, oh, doesn't matter, yeah, look at all this booty, oh, how fun. You know, that's like how the sort of change that happens in your psyche, in your psychology, in your mind and in your heart, that for me, I'm saying it happens even to me. Like now, look at this. Oh, the gore, all that gore, it's nothing. But then bring a non-gamer, especially a girl, bring a woman or a non-gamer older lady or something, and make her look at this, and you will be shocked. Like honestly, if you're a gamer, bring a non-gamer older person, and make them look at, you know, some of these scenes here. Make them look at some of this, and you know, ask them, you know, what's your impression? You know, this is my character, the character that I'm controlling. Please don't say I did. Please don't say I killed all these. You know, don't shock non-gamers, because I don't think they would quite understand. And this language is also one of the issues that we need to talk about. I died, I killed, I did. You know, it's just, it's your character, dude. It's your character doing these things. Blizzard. It's not me, you know, it's not me. I don't gain 20% movement speed. It's my character who does, all right? So we need to talk about these things a little bit, you know, kind of separate. I know immersion is nice. I know, like, being immersed in the game, this immersive feeling, or, you know, immersion is fun and nice and all that, and it contributes to escapism. But we should, like, you know, be a bit reasonable about it, not like go to extremes like I died and I did and I, you know, and it's your character. But anyway, my point is that all I'm saying, these things that I'm saying should prove to the rational, intelligent person that your character in a game sometimes becomes an extension of yourself. And now what I'm saying is that instead of having evil scumbags like Arthur Morgan, a murderer, a thief, and a highwayman, become extensions of ourselves. Instead of having these characters, okay, let's, you know, I mean, I'm like, basically, I want the gaming companies, I want the gaming industry to offer white pages of characters, white pages of protagonists to gamers, and they literally allow, you know, the gamers to fill those pages with whatever. And I know some games exist and they do this, they do this nicely, but I don't think we have enough high-profile games like AAA games that does that. Very few. I can't even remember a single AAA game in recent history that did this well. You know, that really offered me a white page, a blank slate, you know, sort of a white page of a character, a purely neutral character that's not good or not evil, and then I get to fill that page with whatever I want. You know, I can do good or not, and so on. And we need this more. And at the same time, instead of allowing those characters, allowing those players, those gamers, to do evil in the game and then reward them for the evil and make evil look fun, you know, that's another thing that I want the gaming industry to start doing, but it's impossible. You know, these corporations, I do believe most of them are evil. Those corporate executives, really, most of them are literally evil. I mean, I know we say this sometimes just to complain and moan. Oh, they are greedy. They only care about money. But really, no, they really are bad people. I'm not just complaining. They literally are bad people. They want to normalize gambling. They want to control, you know, their player bases. They want to influence their player bases. They want to milk their player bases for every penny. They are driven by greed. They are driven by power, and you can see this in their decisions, in the language they use in games. Power, power, power. They are power-hungry people. Why do they create so many characters in games that are power maniacs? They are maniacs. They are hungry for power. Why do they do this? Because they are hungry for power. Those corporate executives, they are hungry for power. They are greedy. They are bad people. So what do? They end up doing? They end up offering you the option to do evil in games, and they reward you for it. And they make you think that evil is nice and fun. But we need games to start rewarding people for doing good and showing the gamers the reality of doing evil. When you do evil, you know, there should be consequences in the game. You should see the consequences of the evil that you've done. I know some sociopaths or psychopaths who secretly play games. They might enjoy the misery that is happening in the virtual world, in this fictional world. You know, if a gaming company designs a game properly, allows the player to commit evil, like, you know, to allows the player to make their protagonist, their character, to commit virtual fictional evil in this fictional world, and then show them the fictional consequences, you know, the misery caused in the world and so on. I know that if some gaming companies, you know, do this, some gamers, at least a minority of gamers, are actually going to enjoy this. They're going to enjoy hurting those fictional characters and hurting those virtual environments, you know, like harming it and causing evil and havoc. Some people are going to enjoy this. But at least you have been honest. At least you've been honest. You've given them a sort of a fairly accurate or a picture that sort of resembles how things work in real life. Like when someone does evil in real life, what are the consequences? What happens? Try to reflect this in the fictional world. Like in the world, I'm not saying, you know, design 100% realistic games. No, you still have magic. You still have, you know, all these fictional things, magic and superpowers and so on. So in the context of this magic and superpowers, show, you know, the gamer the consequences of committing this fictional virtual evil in the fictional world. Show true to life, sort of accurate, realistic, believable consequences, rather than, you know, make them enjoy the evil. Oh, so evil is so nice, you know. No, show them the bad consequences, the misery that results, and then leave it up to the game. You know, so now it's up to the gamers to basically make their own conclusions and create their own experience and create their own emotional state. You know, if a sociopath or a psychopath enjoys the fictional virtual misery they've caused, then that's up to them. You know, hopefully they stay in their room and they never get out, and they never like, you know, interact with the real world in that way. But my belief is that most people, most normal people, they're not going to enjoy this. They're not going to enjoy it. Maybe in the beginning, out of curiosity, they want to see what happens. You know, if you make your protagonist, you know, commit this evil, this fictional evil in this virtual world, maybe they will, you know, just out of curiosity. I want to see what's going to happen. Blah blah blah. That's fine, you know, out of curiosity. But then after a while, I think most gamers are not gonna like it, because it just reminds them like what evil actually does in real life, because you can see like how it's affecting this virtual fictional world around your character, and I think we need more of this. We need more of this to make, you know, games beneficial to our souls, to our hearts, to remind us of, you know, of the importance of doing good. And this is what I was talking about a while ago, that not everything in Diablo is bad. There are many bad things and evil things about Diablo. It's coming from the executives, you know, the greedy executives and what have you. And I meant some of the good things: the graphics, the music, the sound effects, the combat mechanics. But one of the cultural things that I really love about Diablo 4 is your protagonist, your character. Your character is a kind character. I like this. I really like this. When they go up to the NPCs, you know, and they say, "Are you all right?" You know, John or whatever, you know, Jane, or any character. They go up to them and say, "Are you all right?" You know, they ask. They care. You know, they have this. Your character, your protagonist, cares about the well-being of other characters in the world, and I love that. I really love that. And I do believe I want more of this. And I want to thank. So I want to give credit where it's due. I want to thank the executives. You see, I was very harsh on the executives, isn't it? And with whichever executives in Blizzard authorized this sort of personality for our protagonist, from the bottom of my heart, I want to say a thank you. I thank the Blizzard executives who authorized this sort of culture, this sort of personality for the protagonist of our protagonist in Diablo 4. It's really nice. It's heartwarming to see my character going up to the NPCs and asking, "Are you all right? How can I help you?" And then they go and bring some water for someone thirsty. I love that. It's so beautiful, and especially in a world full of evil and misery like the Diablo 4 world. It's really nice, and I love that. And I believe we need more of this, rather than what Rockstar does, you know, glamorizing scumbags and evil people, evil protagonists. We need to glamorize good people, like, you know, good fictional characters. We need to glamorize those, make them look nicer and better and you know, more admirable and so on. Make like gamers like basically feel a connection to these sorts of characters, rather than feel a connection to a scumbag, to a murderer, a thief, and a highwayman like Arthur Morgan in Red Dead Redemption 2, which I said already. Red Dead Redemption 2 is a masterpiece of a game, in my opinion. But one of the worst things, and it's a really bad thing about it, is exactly this. That just like the GTA, just like in the Grand Theft Auto series, your protagonist, the main character, is an evil scumbag. No matter how good he does, you cannot make up for murder, theft, and you know, being a highwayman. You can't make up for all that by just being, you know, nice to children and charitable. It doesn't, like, life doesn't work like that. So yeah, it's just another rant about, you know, the good things in Diablo. But I'll get back to the game now. butcher, the butcher has been giving my druid. I was just talking about. I was just talking about that, exactly that, before the stream. This is why I wanted to. Man, I got protection, but it's I want damage. I want damage from butcher. I didn't have like, as you can see, I didn't have much trouble with like my HP. I had issues with downing his quickly. And here's the main reason I got this. I wanted to put infection, and I forgot to use some poison damage and stuff. Yeah. This shield that he gets, the blue bar, it makes the fight take so long. It's ridiculous, really. I also wasn't concentrating in that fight, by the way. I was just streaming and trying to, you know, think about the the things I want to. Like I wanted to talk. I have to. I'm using, like as I said in the beginning of the stream, I'm using push to talk. So yeah, I have to keep my hands on the push to talk key because I don't want to forget, you know, the mic on. And regard, if someone asks, you know, why not just make the mic like make it detect, like use the mode that detects the voice. It's because I'm not wearing headphones. I wear glasses, and I don't like these earphones. The voices, I mean the audio quality is just so bad in earphones. So I like to play with headphones when I do play with headphones. But the headphones, they press on the glasses, on the the arms of the glasses, just behind my ear. So I have this headphone on my ear. It presses on the arm of the glasses. So it after a while sort of bites. The arm of the glass keeps biting on my on the sides of my head, the skin. So it hurts after a while, like after 5 or 6 hours of gaming or something like that. Yeah, it starts like hurting. Headphones start hurting my the sides of my head because of the glasses. So yeah, there's unfortunately, just like anything else in life, there isn't like really a perfect solution for this. There isn't an ideal solution. There's always some sort of fight. So yeah, I like to play. I very much prefer to play with speakers on, and of course, I don't know. Maybe even you can hear the speaker on the background now while I'm talking, and it's like you can hear maybe you can hear the sound of the game twice. I mean, and it's annoying. I know it can be annoying, so that's why I don't talk much, you know, or at least like if I'm playing, I don't talk. Like as you can see, I stop playing most of the time. I stop playing and I keep talking just so I can focus, and also so that the combat sound, because I know the combat sound is louder, so I don't want the combat sound to be coming from the speakers and annoy you in the background and stuff. So yeah, stream. Oops, damn it! I banged the desk hard. I hope the microphone didn't make it sound even worse. But yeah. Streaming for me isn't exactly easy because of all these issues. But I try, you know, I do my best. And yeah, so I was during the fight with the butcher. I wasn't concentrating, and I was just testing. I was testing this running around him. I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I'm not. Yeah, I should use a pillar. Apparently, yeah, it's just ridiculous. No, it's just gonna make the, because the thing is, yeah, maybe maybe it's gonna help me with. I don't. That's the thing. Running in circles might help me avoid damage, but it's not my damage is not a problem. At least for a druid bear, for a bear druid, damage received in this tier, level 80 and on tier 27. Yeah, tier 27. At this tier, it's not, damage is not the problem. Damage received is not the problem. The problem is damage given. I need, he needs. I lost my poison damage after being a werebear, like switching to this permanent werebear. And I honestly, I don't want to give up. Earthen Burlock does help a lot in many situations. So I don't want to give it up, and I don't want to give up any of the others. I mean, maybe I can replace debilitating roar with poison. But I don't know. It's just I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm just not sure. I'd rather not. Because fortify, yeah, this gives me fortify, this gives me fortify. Even this, all of these give me, even this one. My God, all of them, yes. All this gives me fortify, and I need it because this, I don't think this gives me, yeah, this doesn't give me, because, see? Mole has the option here. No, where? Wait, what? Oh my God, Mole fortifies. Oh, okay. So Mole fortifies everything. Well, everything fortifies. So, but regardless, all of this, everything here fortifies except for pulverize. So everything here fortifies, and I need the fortification. Like fortification has to be quite strong because it synergizes well with overpower, and this build is kind of central. Overpowering is central to this build. So yeah. I don't know, but poison. I know that poison is going to help with enemies like the butcher, because it's a non-physical form of damage, and it's damage over time. But I don't know, because like the butcher has never taken this long for me at this mid game. I mean, I'm not talking about the like while leveling. The butcher was a freaking nightmare. It's like the boogeyman, like level 50ish. From level I don't remember now from which level he starts showing up. But regardless, like the levels close to level 50, he was like a boogeyman. It was like when he shows up for some characters, I didn't even try. Like rogue, let's say if the butcher showed up for my rogue when my rogue was leveling up, that's it. My rogue is dead. If he showed up for my sorcerer, again, that's it, dead within 10 seconds. I don't even have to try. But then I started going up to level 70, and once I got to level 70, I had no problems at all with the butcher. No class, all classes, I was fine with the butcher. And I even killed, like for example, my rogue at some point my rogue would actually come close to death in front of the butcher, but he killed him so fast. Like my rogue killed the butcher so fast that I didn't care. I didn't care that he was squishy and one wrong move and he might die and stuff at some point, my rogue, because he was just so quick in killing him compared to my other classes at least. And then sorcerer, same thing. My sorcerer, once I was able, like I had the gear and stuff, and I switched to ball lightning, yeah, I was able to also kill, and without even, like my sorcerer is even tankier than my rogue in front of the butcher. So I had, and I killed also the butcher fast with my sorcerer. So no problems with damage at all. Same thing with even the necromancer. Necromancer was also like kind of, yeah, probably kind of as sturdy or tanky as the sorcerer, but and even better. Like the damage is, I think, from my necro at least. I'm not talking about bone spear. I don't use it. I don't like that build anyway. But yeah, I use blood and overpowering again with the necro. And again, he had no problems with damage. So barbarian was the first class I used to actually like be effective. This is one of the things that made me like the barbarian class, was exactly this. that every single, and I used I used to be a werewolf with my druid, so I think my druid also suffered against the butcher at the beginning when I was like a werewolf. It was like squishy, too squishy, and I'm talking about level 50. These levels that close to 50. But the barbarian, oh my god, lousy gear, low level, like level 50 or something like this. Lousy gear, no aspects, nothing. I was like noob, a complete noob, and I was still able to kill the butcher. I was so happy. I was so happy when I did that. I was like, oh my god, the barbarian is the class. At the time, I was just still a bit new, So I was like, oh my god, the barbarian wins. Finally, a class I can face the butcher with lousy gear, Bad gear didn't matter. The barbarian was amazing. So yeah, I really liked the barbarian. So that's my experience with the barbarian. And then like later, like other classes, as I said, I was suffering rogue and sorcerer were just too squishy. And I think the necromancer was also good right from the start because he just kept because the pets, like the skeletons, kept the butcher busy every now and then. So that allowed me to also kill the butcher. So yeah, these were the two classes that didn't care. Barbarian and necromancer, they didn't care about gear. They were effective without like a good gear and stuff. And that was really nice to feel like. But then the rest just they couldn't face the butcher. Until, as I said, until I reached level 70. Once I reached level 70, everybody is fine. Everybody doesn't care. They just melt the butcher. I mean, at least some of them, they melt the butcher fast. Except for this dude, except for the druid. As you can see, this druid is one-shotting elites. Like some elites, he just one-shots them. But for some reason, and it's not just elites. He even kills the bosses. Like I'm gonna complete the boss now. He kills bosses at this tier quite fast. I'm not saying one-shotting, but he kills them fast. But I don't know. Here, I'll show you. Poison. Poison was gonna kill. I was just standing on it like a noob.
separated. My friends, I won't last on my own.
think I can manage from here. Please.
Yeah, here, so check out like how it goes with this boss compared to the butcher that just showed up in this dungeon. It's almost ridiculous, really. The difference is ridiculous. You know, the final boss, I mean, it's not one shot, but it's just down. It was down so fast compared to the butcher. I don't know why. So yeah, I'm not sure why. But the most logical reason that just comes to mind is what I was talking about at the beginning of the stream, that the butcher has like a very, very high physical damage resistance. But his resistance to other forms of damage, like especially damage over time, is not that high. It's not as high as the other forms of damage, and this is why I wanted to get this box. And I was thinking of switching to infection. Yeah, this infection vampiric power, which inflicts pox on on enemies. So it would be good for those low, especially you have to hit one, like the same enemy 8 times. Yeah, you have to inflict it 8 times on an enemy so that it expunges this infection and deals this poison damage. You know, my impression is that this takes like fights has this is good for long fights, like, or at least fights where you hit 8 times the same enemy. So it would be good for classes that have like a very high rate of attack, particularly the rogues and sorcerers. So yeah, rogues and sorcerers, they attack very fast. But yeah, it's not gonna be good for the druid for anything other than the butcher, from my perspective at least. That's what I think. Well, yeah, I forgot to switch, and especially because he appeared suddenly, just like usual, just as usual. I mean, the music changes just before the butcher shows up, but you know, in the heat of battle, sometimes you just don't pay attention really.
Still use these. Come back if you need the forge.
of mortality. In the year of the light, 1318, Anno Kejistani, we have buried 92 souls on these hallowed grounds. Abortive and stillborn. 7. Bleeding wounds. 4. Childbed. 2. Executed. 15. Frostbitten. 6. Old age. 1. Removal of blood. 54. Starvation. 3.
Disturb us. You will suffer for this.
Well then. Come back if you need the forge.
Greetings. You have made a grave mistake this day.
You are courting pain and death.
At the beginning of the stream, I was hoping that the vampiric curse counts for this. When I said your ultimate skills deal 12% increased damage for each nearby enemy affected by your damage overcome effect. I basically said, unfortunately, now that I don't have poison Reaper, I'm missing quite a bit of the benefit of this vampiric power. I'm only using the cooldown reduction, and that's it. I'm not using the increased damage because I don't have the poison damage over time effect anymore. And then I said, well, maybe vampiric curses doesn't count, but I said I'm not sure. And now that I think of it, if vampiric curse doesn't damage, vampiric curse is just a state. It's a curse. It's a vulnerability. It makes the enemies vulnerable. It doesn't damage, so it doesn't count. So yeah, Vampiric Curse is just a vulnerable status. It's a status. And it doesn't damage. It doesn't do actual damage over time. It just makes enemies more vulnerable to whatever you do that causes damage. So from that perspective, it doesn't count. It doesn't at least benefit this anticipation. Doesn't, you know, benefit this part of the character.
I forged more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need? My hammer sings on your return.
close.
How can I help? I can break that down. The forge is that.
Even their own. I have enough here to lure out a few. Care to join the hunt? Didn't collect much. It won't make me rich, but it'll help. Here, that's for you.
still use these. Don't ruin all that work. How can I help? Come back if you need the forge. A wanderer returns.
Well, also another thing, you know, well, sometimes I mean, when the need arises, I'd rather dedicate a series just to talk about the issues in the culture of the game itself, and the sort of mentality, the sort of culture that the game is trying to propagate. But you know, on the subject of some of the good things and the bad things about the game, just, you know, random things that come to mind. One of the things I do appreciate in this, I mean, I'm going to mention that, you know, two things. One thing I don't appreciate, and another that I do appreciate. On the side of the things that I appreciate is that most of, I think that all, not most, currently at the current state of the game, all the things that are in the cash shop are cosmetics, and that is a positive thing. I don't mind, you know. I mean, some people think that, you know, you buy a game and then you should get everything for free included in the game, and of course there are some gaming companies that adopt this sort of mentality too. But I personally don't mind, you know, a company dedicating some resources that need to be compensated for, you know, like developing and programming resources, as long as they're doing a good job in offering content, fresh new content every now and then and so on. There's no harm in having a side team, like a team set on the side, which, you know, that team needs their own, of course, salaries and profits and so on, developing cosmetics, you know, instead of working on mechanics, new quests, new expansions, and, you know, all these things. They work on cosmetics, and they need to be compensated for that work. So, you know, I don't think it is bad to have cosmetics full cash. So that's on the positive side, that so far the cash shop only offers cosmetics. I do believe that there was some news recently, very recent, that, you know, they're considering selling other things, like pets that loot for you. and they've created a problem, and now it's this is the system that's been adopted by a lot of East Asian game development companies. One of the companies that really popularized this predatory business model is Pearl Abyss, the developer of Black Desert Online. Black Desert Online is an amazing game in many ways. It has a lot of I played it. I think I've got hours upon hours of streaming of Black Desert Online on my channel here. It's a really nice game in many ways, but at the same time, it's also predatory. It has a predatory business model, and the predatory part of it is that they create problems in the game. For example, one of the popular problems in Black Desert Online, and now also in, as you can see also here in Diablo, is lack of space, lack of storage space. So Pearl Abyss created the problem of lack of storage space in Black Desert Online. It's naive and stupid to think that lack of storage space is a problem from the player's side. It is also misleading and devious to pretend that it is players that are creating the problem for themselves because they want to they want to be pack rats, or they want to store things. No, you are creating incentives. You as a game developer, I'm talking about, of course, the decision makers and the executives. You are creating incentives for the players to store things. Like, for example, here Blizzard is creating incentives to store So yeah, I let go of the push to talk. So Blizzard is here. Blizzard is creating incentives to store these aspects. And as you could see, I mean, my whole storage is basically aspects. These aspects, legendary aspects, blah blah blah. The vast majority, maybe 70% of my storage space is actually not 70%. The vast majority. There are only very few uniques here that I'm keeping, like, just in case they are needed. This gear, also more than half of it is not being stored because of the gear. They are being stored as a alternative way of storing the aspects on them. Like here, this explosions from the victimized key, passive heal you. This is not stored for this. I'm not going to store an 820. It's an 820 item power, and the maximum is 925 now. Obviously, I'm not going to store an 820 helmet because of the helmet. I'm storing it because of the aspect. It's just an alternative form because the aspects go into this here. They have their own tab with only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, with only 22 space. Whereas the equipment, as you can see, you have 33. Well, no, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, it's the same. So 33. So you have 33 spaces in the character for equipment, but you only have 22 for the aspect. So this is why I store some of the aspects as aspects, and I store the rest as gear. And this is a storage problem, and Blizzard is creating this incentive. It's like, how is Blizzard creating the incentive? By randomizing those aspects. As you can see, there is a range. This aspect, for example, it can spawn, it can show up all the way from healing a measly 224 HP to 403 HP. It can spawn like in any of those ranges. This is a very good item because it's, at least compared to its item power, it's on the maximum range. It's the maximum side of the range. It's giving you maximum healing and generally speaking, it's just both ends, like maximum healing here and the total maximum healing. So I'm keeping it in case I need it. Same thing, you heal for 24. This is like not on the high end of things, but actually now I don't know why I kept this. This is definitely stored by mistake. It's, yeah, same thing. This is another, yeah, momentum. This is another healing for the rogue momentum. Even though it's not the highest, but it's still, it's, I don't have many of this aspect, so I'm storing this for the aspect. So, and you keep, and you might need to upgrade. You might need to try a new spec, for example, for a build or any a new specialization, or like a new spec is like World of Warcraft terminology. You might need to try a new build on any of the classes and so on. So this is why, you know, some sort of like a good aspect that doesn't drop too often. It's good to have like a backup. So Blizzard is creating the incentives to store these aspects, and now it's creating the incentive to expand the look. Like I'm already full. I can't. I don't have any space anymore for any more aspect. So they are planning, I heard, to sell in this shop
1,000
storage space.
salutations, Wanderer.
Extra storage space. So they are creating the problem, and then they're selling you the solution. And that is predatory. This is, by definition, a predatory business model. It existed for a very long time on mobile games, and East Asian game development companies, they've popularized that. Like, for example, a very good example, as I said, is Pearl Abyss with Black Desert Online. They popularized this business model in unfortunately in the PC gaming scene. It used to be like exclusive to mobile gaming many years ago, and now it's slowly seeping into the PC gaming scene, and it's very, very unfortunate to have this predatory, disgusting business model in our PC games. Really repulsive. Creating problems and then selling, you know, the gamer solutions rather than focusing on cosmetics. And this is why I said, so far at the current state of the shop, it's nice to see that the shop is just selling cosmetics. And I would like, you know, if I had a bit of extra income, I could. I mean, this owl is cute for you know, the druid. There are a few nice things. I mean, this isn't so bad. Like this armor set, it's not so bad. Father's Judgment, this is just definitely, you know, not my cup of tea. It's just weird. This just looks. Actually, come to think of it, to be honest, a lot of the cosmetics, they are just not appealing at all. This is, you know, acceptable, I guess. This is one of the better armor sets. Also, this one here for the druids, it is, you know, I mean, it's not wow. It doesn't wow me personally, but it's okay. This one is decent for the barbarian. Not too bad. But then, yeah, you come. This is like meh. This one is, yeah, not what I would enjoy. Yeah, these things to hang on the back, like. Then we move. Yeah, we move to the weird stuff. Now we're getting into the weird stuff. This is like an armor set for the rogue. I wouldn't put this on my rogue if you gave me money. I am serious. This isn't even a joke. This isn't. I swear, this isn't a joke. You could offer me $20. How much is this? This is 23. Yeah, roughly 23 euros. You could offer me 23 euros. You could say, Rock, I'm gonna give you 23 euros if you put this armor set on your rogue for, you know, for a few days, or just a few days, or a few weeks. Well, maybe for a few days. Maybe, actually, I don't know. Maybe 1 or 2 days. Yeah, but if you, yeah, maybe 1 or 2 days. I'm gonna take your money and put this piece of trash on my rogue. but if you ask me to play with this armor, with this look, okay, on my rogue for more than 3 days, I'm gonna refuse. I'm gonna say no. You know, I don't want your money. I do not want 23 euros to put this on my rogue. So imagine paying 23 euros to put this on one's rogue. I mean, you know, people who enjoy this, I don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say. But yeah, these things fall under the domain of taste. But yeah, I think, you know, bad tastes. This thing called bad taste, it does exist. It didn't. Wokeism didn't make you know, bad taste disappear. The woke culture, this new woke culture, this inclusive, this so-called quote-unquote inclusivity, being inclusive, doesn't mean that, you know, all of a sudden that we're going to, you know, say we're not going to call out bad taste. This thing too. Is this for the warlock? This is for the sorcerer. I thought this was for the. I keep saying warlock. I thought this was for the necromancer. Can you imagine? This set, it's for the sorcerer. What the hell? Like seriously, what the hell? I thought this was for the necromancer. I was like, oh, it looks like scary, bloody. Look at this flesh. Oh my, it's disgusting. It is absolutely repulsive. It looks repulsive. Look at this flesh here. What is this? It makes my skin crawl to look at this ugly piece of trash. And I thought it was for the necromancer. It's for the sorcerer. I swear, you could offer me 50 euros, 100 euros. You know, right now, you can tell me I'll give you 100 euros if you put this on the sorcerer and play the sorcerer for like a month. But, you know, just a month, not forever, just for 1 month. And I will say no. I swear I wouldn't take 100 euros. I'm not rich, okay? I'm not filthy rich. But I swear I would not take 100 euros to play with this armor set. Whether on, I don't care. It doesn't matter. I was just saying, you know, it's like it adds like insult to, what was it? Adds what? Damn it! I forgot the expression, but it adds something to add insult to injury. Yeah, it adds insult to injury. Like, I didn't mention the sorcerer part because, you know, it's acceptable for the It's not acceptable for it's not acceptable for anyone. It's not acceptable for the necromancer. It's not acceptable for any class. It's not acceptable for any sane person. Okay, this armor set is not acceptable for any normal person. But I just said that. You know, the reason I mentioned the class sorcerer instead of necromancer is because it is also for the sorcerer, which adds insult to injury. So, I swear, you could offer me 100 euros to put this on one of my characters, any class, to play with it for like a month, and I would refuse. I would say no. I'm not taking money to put this on any of my characters. This makes my skin crawl. This is disgusting. This looks repulsive and disgusting. It is bizarre that someone is designing these things and selling these things. So yeah, I said it's nice to see that the shop only has cosmetics, but now, you know, some of the ugly things, some of the bad things is this. And also the horse. Oh my god, also the horse. This doesn't look badass. It doesn't look, you know, like, wow, look at me, I'm scared. It doesn't look that way to me. This one, it's a little over the top, I guess. I don't know. Some people might be into that sort of thing, but yeah, I wouldn't pay money. Like, it's not ugly. You know, like, I'm not gonna say this is ugly. It's not repulsive. It's not ugly. It's acceptable. Okay, this is acceptable, but I wouldn't pay money for it. You know, it's just meh. You know, like, I look at it and say meh. This one here. Oh yeah. This one. Oh my god, it makes my skin crawl. This, look at this. Oh my god, this diseased, these diseased parts here, the blood. Ouch, man! It literally makes it makes me shudder. I swear, it makes me shudder. Especially seeing a beautiful animal like the horse looking this way, and made, you know, this is made like, you know, this is being showcased as glamorized. You know, it's like made pretty. Look, you need to pay 25 euros. You need to pay 25 euros to have this ugly, disgusting, repulsive horse. And to ride this ugly, disgusting, repulsive horse instead of riding a normal, beautiful horse. Can you imagine the world that we live in? This is the world that we live in now. I mean, I don't know, maybe someone in Blizzard thinks because, you know, Diablo is a demonic world and it's full of blood and gore and guts and it's ugly and it's miserable and everybody's like suffering and there's a lot of suffering. So they thought, wouldn't it be nice if our horses also were just as bloody, gory and ugly and repulsive as the world of Diablo? And no. my response to this is no. that wouldn't be nice. No, it's not going to be nice. Why is it not be nice? Because even from an artistic perspective, there's something called contrast. And contrast is very beautiful. When you know how to create contrast, not clashes, not clashy colors, but contrast, black and white, dark and light. When you juxtapose contrasted things, or things that contrast with each other in an artistic, meaningful way, that actually creates beauty. That is artistic and is beautiful. So when your horse is beautiful and peaceful and nice, kind of, it reminds you of the natural world in the ugly, demonic, bloody, gory world of Diablo 4. That's actually beauty. When you make your own clothes, when your character's clothes and armor is clean, and it gets bloody and dusty after fighting, yes, after combat. But when you're like in town and you're not fighting, it looks nice and clean, and it reminds you of normality a little bit, of something of presentable, something that's presentable. That's beautiful, because now your horse and your clothes are contrasting with the goriness, bloodiness of the ugliness of the Diablo 4 world. But I don't know whoever thought that our horses and our armor sets should be as disgusting, bloody, and gory as the world. They need to go back to graphic design school or art school or whatever school they graduated from to graduate and start filling games with these phenomena. They need to you need to check back with education on art and stuff. This is, it's not pretty, but this one is mildly acceptable for the necromancer. Only mildly acceptable for the necromancer, I guess. Yeah, okay. But yeah, this one is just, it makes my neck, my throat, it makes it shudder as if I'm gonna throw up. That's how much it's repulsive to me. And this one is just ugly. Doesn't make my skin crawl necessarily, but it's just ugly. This makes my skin crawl. It is repulsive. I swear to God, I would not take 100 euros to play with this disgusting piece of trash on one of my characters. Same thing, this one is horrible. I don't know what the designers are thinking in Blizzard. Serious. I mean, if anyone's ever gonna from Blizzard, or anyone who can relay this information to Blizzard, if you are wondering, if your cash shop isn't doing that well, if your cash shop isn't doing as well as you would like it to do, and this is why you're thinking that if you're thinking of starting to sell solutions to the problems that you created in the cash shop, instead of making the cash shop stick to cosmetics, which what should be done, which what Western gamers expect, because we are not we're not that same culture, and we're also PC gamers. Like when we're playing this, I know Diablo 4 exists on consoles, but some of your most dedicated players, some of your most hardcore players, or most of your hardcore players are probably going to be on the PC. Your content, most of your content creators are on the PC. So if you're wondering, our culture is different. We're not mobile gamers. We're not phone gamers, and we also do not accept these predatory business models. Where basically you're creating problems where you're treating us as addicts, like gaming addicts, like literal addicts, and we need to play your game. We desperately give me my dose of Diablo 4. You're treating us like addicts who need to play the game, and thus it is okay for you to create problems in the game and then sell us, solutions for money. The typical Western gamer is not compatible with this sort of culture and with this sort of treatment. We're just not, that culture. We have this democracy, freedom of speech, freedom of expression. We value freedom and so on. So your typical Western gamer is not going to appreciate this sort of culture and this sort of business model, and we're going to detect it, and we're not going to feel good about being treated that way. So please, don't create problems in your games, Blizzard, and then sell us your solutions. It's not going to go over our head. We're going to spot it, and our content creators are going to spot it, and we're going to talk about it. And this is not all. One of the other ugly things is the prices. The pricing. This is also these prices are predatory prices. Why? Because if you look at the platinum here, see, like how much? Yeah, see, it's exactly like when I said 2,300 virtual currency equals 23 euros. I was being accurate. So here, 500 is 5 euros. 10,000 of this virtual currency, 10 euros. This is because of the extra. So you pay 25 euros. You're supposed to get 2,500, but they give you 300 free because you're spending so much money. And then the same thing, you can start spotting the pattern. 50 euros for 5,000 for 50 euros, but you get 700 free. 10,000 for 100 euros, but you get 1,500 free, and so on. You know, for these whales. This is for like the semi whales and stuff. So as you can see, there is no package that sells for 23 euros. You're not going to pay 23 euros and buy 23,000. Okay, you have to pay 25 euros and get 2,800. And as you can see, it's 2,800. It's not 1,000. It's 2,800. Even this one. This one is also you get 700. You don't get 500 extra. You don't get 1,000 extra. Pay attention, okay? You don't get 500 extra or 700 or 1,000 extra. You're getting 700 extra, okay? So you end up with 5,700 if you buy this. This is the only one. Once you get into the whale, you know, the whale domain, they felt like it's gonna be too obvious. It's gonna be too obvious if we make this 600 or 800. It's gonna, like, see, 800, 700. It's gonna be too obvious. So that's why they opted for the 500 here, as you can see. Why is this is part of the plan? And then so look at this is how the virtual currency is selling, and these are, you know, the numbers that you're getting. Now you get back and look at the prices.
That's a bold choice.
Look at the prices, 2,300. Okay, 800. It's not 1,000. It's 800. All right. See, 800, 2,600, 2,600. Not 2,500. It's 2,600, and so on. 1,600, 800, 800. You see? So predatory pricing. These are predatory prices. Why are they predatory? Because you cannot pay the exact amount of money you cannot pay. Basically, you can't get what you want by paying an exact amount of money. You have to buy either less or more. So of course, if you want to buy this, you cannot buy 500. You cannot buy a package that sells you for 500. Here, you can buy here 500. You can come here, pay 5 euros and get 500. But if you want this one, you're not going to be able to buy. You have to, because you need 800. It's not 500. So now, okay, what if I want to buy this, for example, for 800? Oh, I can't. I have to pay 10 euros to get 1,000. And then I can come here, and from the 1,000 pay 800 to get this, and then I would be left with 200 here, and then I'm gonna feel, why is this predatory? Because that's psychology. That's how psychology works. That's how these companies, you know, they know how the human psychology works. You feel like, oh my god, I have these 200 coins. I have these 200 coins on my account. What if I buy? Can I buy 800? Like, if I have 200 of this currency, can I buy 800 and make them 1,000 and then buy something for 1,000? Oh no, unfortunately no. You can't buy 800. You can only buy another 1,000. You want something? You buy another 1,000. And then, you know, the cycle goes on and on. You either have less and you cannot afford what you want to buy, or you have slightly more and then you have leftovers that you feel like you want to buy more, so that you can actually end up with zero. You don't have like any extras. You can just use what you have, rather than have this money lying around, you know, quote unquote. It doesn't have this money lying around doing nothing. Oh, you can actually, you know, go and buy something. But if you keep buying, you keep paying, and you always have leftovers. You keep having, you know, something left over. And this is predatory pricing. And this is one of the scummy things in the cash shop. So the only nice thing about the cash shop today in Diablo is that it is based solely on cosmetics. It's just cosmetics. But then you have all these other ugly things in the cash shop. The ugly things, as I said, is the predatory pricing, the predatory packaged virtual currency, and of course, then the ugliness that I talked about. This horrible piece of trash that I wouldn't take money to put on my own. This one here, I wouldn't even take more money. Offer me more money to put this on any of my characters. I would never do that. It makes my skin crawl. It's gonna make my game. It's gonna make my gaming experience miserable and disgusting and repulsive. And then yeah, this I wouldn't pay money to put. You know, it's not super ugly, but I wouldn't pay money for this. Is disgusting. It makes my skin crawl just to look at this horse. So yeah, these are some of the ugly things about the cash shop. But yeah, this one is cute. You know, I mean, if I main a class, like if I treat any of my classes as a main, I could buy this. I really like those actually. I like most of those.
That's a bold choice.
Yeah, these are cute. I wouldn't mind having my character walk around with, you know, their pet hanging out on their back. You know, it's kind of cute. If I play enough, like if I play the game enough, and I have one of my characters is like becomes my main. It's nice. It's cute. And it does. This is also very, very super cute. This wolf here, sleeping with this for the room.
Very good.
Yeah, this is, my God, this is weird. This is one of the non-predatory priced packages. It's so strange, so strange, and it is cute. To be honest, because it is, you know what? Because it is so cute, and because it is priced in a decent way. All right, you know, I would probably buy this. I would probably buy this if I play the rogue more. I swear, I would buy this. I don't mind. Why? Because it is priced fairly and it's cute and it's nice and it adds this contrast. So now we're talking about the contrast. The world is gory, unfair, ugly, bloody. All right, but then you know you have your clothes are nice and simple. You have this cute animal with you keeping you company. So there is contrast, and from contrast comes beauty. But when you are ugly, the world is ugly. You know, that's not artistic. It's not attractive. There's nothing attractive about it. But yes, this is very nice, and it's priced very nice. And because it is priced very nicely, I could. And by the way, I mean, if you want to spend in games, that's if you're going to spend anyway, I would advise you to spend this way. Send a message to companies. If you're going to pay money in a cash shop for cosmetics anyway, then send messages with your wallet. And one of the messages that you can send, like, I'm not telling you to go buy these things, okay? Don't buy them unless you know it makes you happy, unless they make you happy. But what I'm saying is, be picky. If you're going to pay anyway, all right, find packages like this. Send the message to the company. Tell them I am paying. Don't tell them with just on the forums or with your tongue. Talk. Make your money talk. Make your money talk. So spend money on this. If you're going to spend money anyway, spend money on something like this. Why? To send Blizzard and send any company a message. Tell them I am choosing this because it is priced fairly. It's a fair, clear price. You know, I can go to the cash shop.
It stirs you, yes?
And I can buy 1,000. I can pay you. I can give you 10 euros. I can get 1,000 currencies. Go back here and get this cute wolf. And that's it.
Yes?
I started with 0 currency. I paid 10 euros and I got this. I bought this and I ended up with 0 currency. Now this is a fair transaction. I'm okay with this transaction. You know, I nobody forced me to do it. You know, it makes me happy. Looking at this cute animal while my character is running around kind of reminds me of the nice beautiful things in the world. So yeah, I'm happy. I'm okay. You know, make your money talk this way. Choose the packages carefully. And when there are packages like this, I swear, I would make it a point and come and pay for something like this. But I would never. I would never. I wouldn't. As I said, I wouldn't take money to put some of these packages, like some of these cosmetics on my characters. Now this is one of the better cosmetics. But yeah, these ones I pointed out. This one, for example, I wouldn't take money to put this on my character. And also look at the predatory pricing. So many. Yeah, this one here, another one, fair pricing. Well, I mean, when I say fair, I'm not talking about the quantity. I'm talking about the style of the price. Okay, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's fair to have a pet on the back of my character for 10 euros. Some games sell on Steam. Some games sell for 10 euros. So I'm not saying the price is fair. I'm talking about the sort of the structure. Yeah, the structure of the price. The structure of the price is fair. This structure is fair. I'm not saying that it's fair to pay 10 euros to have this trash on this trash on your character's back. This is not exactly fair. but the structure is fair. The structure of it is fair. But yeah, this one here is also another example of a fair structure of pricing, and it's good. It's good to see that there are options like that. Like this 800 business, this is just disgusting. This 1600 is disgusting. 800 disgusting. But yeah, this one is a good structure. It's a fair, good structure. This one is a fair, good structure. This is very, very, very nice. It's a good structure. It's a good, sort of cute little thing. All in all, this is one of the best things I've seen in the cosmetic, to be honest. The Tools of the Hunt, Raised by Wolves. One of the absolute best items I've ever seen in this cash shop. This is, it's not as great as that, but yeah, because you see predatory pricing and it is cute, but there's predatory pricing, and it's not as cute as owls generally are. Not like the cutest thing. I mean, I know some people find them so super cute, but I don't. So yeah, that's those are some of my thoughts also on the cash shop. It's just unfortunate, and it's going to be even more unfortunate if Blizzard really ends up, selling you solutions to the problems that they created in the game, like lack of storage space and like fiddly looting. You can see me like when I'm trying to loot. Oh my god, it's so fiddly. Loot, and this is why I spam. Like I have this mouse macro that spams. It does this super fast clicking. This one, yeah. So I've got this macro. It's a macro. Yeah, spams. I'm not going to give myself RSI, repetitive strain injury, on my wrist just so I can loot, Blizzard's trash in the game. So yeah, I design mouse macros on my Razer mouse to do this quickly. So yeah, and now you have this fiddly looting thing, and of course at some point, once I have enough gold and I have enough resources, I'm gonna stop looting. Just like all these content creators that walk around and they just ignore everything. The only things they pick up are like unique. They just look at the unique loot and see if it's better than the unique. Then other everything else they just leave. They leave the gold and they leave everything. They don't loot anything more. As you can see in lots of content creators videos. And it's because looting is annoying in this game and fiddly, and it is a problem, and they've created this problem, and I think they're planning to sell you the solution. But the solution in this case, the solution is going to be like a mix of two things. Hopefully, it's like instead of a pet on your back here that you just look at, it doesn't do anything other than looking cute on your back. It's going to be like cute and walk around and kind of pick up the loot for you. At least I don't know if it's going to pick up. I don't think it's going to pick up the weapons. I doubt it. I hope you can set it. I really hope that if they plan to sell you a pet that loots, I really hope that you can set it so that you can like sort of train it, like in the RP part of it, to train it to only loot uniques, like unique pieces of gear, only loot, for example, unique pieces of gear and legendary gear, whatever you want, at least until you run out of space, and then of course it's not good. But yeah, as long as you have space in your bags, I would love something that walks around and loots the legendary and unique pieces of gear for me, instead of this fiddly having to click, this so fiddly and annoying. They didn't even have the decency to offer me a key. Like I should be able to stand near the loot and just spam a key. Let me press the key more than once for every like, if you don't, like in World of Warcraft, even in World of Warcraft, they used to force you at the very, very beginning, they used to force you to loot every single corpse individually. But now you just walk beside the corpse, or you loot one corpse and there's like an AoE effect, so area of effect. If you loot one corpse, you loot the other corpse around this way. And of course that was like huge life quality of life improvement in World of Warcraft. They are aware, they know this very well. So they are creating this problem intentionally. It's not bad design, guys. It's not bad design. It's not bad. It's not stupidity. Blizzard is not stupid. Blizzard doesn't, do things randomly. All right. Blizzard didn't run out of time. They didn't release this game, prematurely. No, the game was released very. The game received, acclaim. A lot of content creators were so, happy with the game, and they said many good things about it. It's after some time, after a lot of playing, after weeks of playing, then people started feeling that there are problems. The story is nice, the graphics are nice, the sound design and the music are nice, but then we have issues. We are running out of space, guys. Looting is so fiddly and annoying, guys. All these things, they started showing up slowly, and Blizzard didn't put these things in the game randomly. It is intentional. They are creating problems because they are waiting for you to get addicted to the game, to keep playing the game until it becomes part of your life. And once it becomes part of your life, they've already created these problems right from the start so that they can sell you the solutions later on. That's how it works. That's the business model. That's the predatory business model. So, and yes, and as I said, and if the pets are at least going to be cute, and loot for you at the same time, I might be inclined to pay, for pets. In this case, of course, I don't like it, but I'm going to think of it in this sense, like I was saying a while ago, that I would, if I play, for example, the rogue main, I would play, maybe pay 10 euros. It's not a fair price at all, but I might be tempted to pay 10 euros to get this thing. And it's just cute. It's just, all it does is just sit there and look cute on your back. So if they actually make it cute and also, run around and loot for you, then there is benefit. There is, if I'm going to pay for cuteness, I might as well pay for practical cuteness, or something that, something practical, something that mixes practicality with cuteness. You see that's the logic here. I was gonna pay for cuteness by itself anyway, cosmetic cuteness by itself anyway. Might as well, pay for the cuteness, but also get something on the side, which is the practical benefit of it. Running around and looting for you, like it works in Black Desert Online. But in Black Desert Online, they don't even look that cutely. Most of the pets, they're just small and you can't really see them, and they don't do much. But here, I think they're paying more attention to their looks and fluffiness and what have you, and hopefully they make them interactive. They make them make occasional sounds without being annoying or repetitive, just making occasional sounds here and there, kind of like how it works in World of Warcraft pets. If they make them this way, I might be inclined to pay for them, because looting really is annoying in this game, and as I said, it's an intentionally created problem. Because, as I said, they are planning to sell you the solution. But the lack of storage is another thing, to be honest. I'm not going to appreciate that at all. I really am not going to appreciate them selling me extra storage tabs for cash. It's just having them as upgrades in an expansion is semi-fair. I know a lot of gamers are going to disagree with me, but if there's a new expansion, they say okay, and they basically the extra tabs come only with the new expansion. It's not exactly fair. It's just semi-fair. And why am I saying it's going to be semi-fair? Because it's a new expansion. It's new content. So maybe there are new items and what have you. So for the new expansion and its new items, you need extra space. So in that sense, I could let it pass. I could give that a blind eye. But actually putting extra storage space in the cash shop, that's going to be bad form. That is going to be it's going to look bad. It's going to make Blizzard look bad, and it's going to leave a very, very, very bad taste in a lot of people's mouths. I seriously hope that Blizzard doesn't end up doing that. It's just bad form. As I said, in our Western gaming culture, we don't appreciate this sort of predatory business model application. Anyway, been playing for quite a while now, so just another quick break, and I'll switch to another class. I'm testing, the performance of various classes in these dungeons. I'm taking data on the side, so yeah, I'll continue with another class. I keep forgetting to go to, what's it name? Tur Dulra, when I'm like Alright, I'm back. Well, kind of temporarily. I'll have to, but not too soon. I think I'll just have to go back quickly.
There is power in these stones.
This'll work.
What's still got some good in it? There's a good one. Solid bits here. More there than I thought. Solid bits here. My hammer sings on your return. What's left, you ask? I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
wonders of Sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you?
Stars guide you.
There's a good one. Use it well.
This foreigner dares bring his army to the sacred place? Oh, their weakness, ignorance, and false faith. Memories powers beyond their understanding. Now they will bear the weight of that folly for eternity. Jalal has left these woods. The forest is filled with endless howls. Woe to us. Cinch this belt tight against the creatures of the night. There's still more of these.
I did not. I did not mean to come. I thought this was the world boss. I thought it was the world boss. I was in a hurry. I was like, oh my god, it's like 1 minute. I gotta go. Without realizing it's Legion, not world boss. Alright, well, at least I'm here.
Thanks.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Brutal. I like it. Until our roads cross again.
Now I find myself wondering if I can actually return to the dungeon. And then there's also the thing is that I was like keeping track of the time it takes, the experience gained and all that, and of course all of this is messed now from all this experience I got from Legion. So yeah, this past run is probably done for, but I'm curious. I want to know if I can return to find the dungeon, like, you know, as it is or something. I don't know, but I gotta find where it is now. Oh, here it is. Apparently it's still there. Yeah, it is. Nice. So you can actually exit the dungeon, go do something like the world boss or whatever, and return to continue. That's pretty neat. I like it. Or not. I have to kill them again. It doesn't matter. I mean, doing this for the experience anyway, and that's why I don't beeline to the boss. I actually, you know, keep exploring, and sometimes I explore because I want to find the butcher. Literally, like intentionally, I want to get the butcher and just see how I perform with different classes and different gears, different gear sets and stuff. Man, this thing is freaking cancer. Some of these affixes, and the same thing with Mythic in World of Warcraft. I don't find this challenging. I find it annoying. Literally, that's all it is doing. It's just like a nuisance. So yeah, I was saying this affix, like this thing that keeps following you around in the dungeon, I don't think that's challenging at all. Like literally, I know, like you can see, you know, near the health here, you can see I've got like 3 charges of evade, so I can, you know, I can just jump out of the way. I can keep dashing out of the way, but I literally eat it on purpose because, you know, I'm partially showing myself and demonstrating to myself and to whoever designs these things that it's not like adding challenge. It's not challenging. It's just like a pest. It's like a moving. it's like a pest that keeps moving around in the dungeon, that keeps following you around. It's like, it's not like a pet. It's a pest. You know, imagine you at home, just walking around trying to do your chores and stuff, and then there's like a pest. There's a cockroach or a rat, you know, that keeps following you around. It's not gonna hurt you. I mean, some people are scared of rats, but yeah, some people are even scared of cockroaches. But let's pretend there's a cockroach just following you around at home. It's not hurting you. It's not like endangering your life. But it's like annoying. It's really annoying. It's like a pest, you know. And that is that redstone thing that keeps following you around. It's not like I'm not saying like I'm not basically asking the dev team to make it deadly. And I'm guessing that at tier like a tier 100 dungeons of tier 100. Or even like, you know, higher, but yeah, maybe dungeons at tier 100 and higher, they're going to be deadly. Like maybe they can one-shot you or something if you stay inside them, and then you're gonna have to evade or jump out of the way every time they're following you around and stuff. But from my perspective, and in my opinion and experience, they don't make the game harder. They don't make the dungeon more challenging, more fun. On the contrary, they make the they are like they make the dungeon run more difficult, yes, but that's not the point. The thing is, the design principle shouldn't be how to make the dungeon more difficult. You know, that's like a misguided way of designing the game and game design itself. It's because you're because you're designing a game. You're not designing life, for God's sake. You're not designing real life, okay? Real life is already difficult as it is, and frustrating and annoying. Real life is full of these things. When we play games in order to escape this, it's a form of escapism. That's why it's called escapism. That's why the magazine is called Escapist Magazine. So we play games to escape, not to remember the frustration and annoyances of real life, for example, or generally not to put up with, you know, frustrations and annoying things. So when you're designing a game, you are not supposed to make things like content more difficult, period. Or, like, you know, let's make it, quote, more difficult, unquote, and period. That's not the point. You are supposed to make the game, like, for like high, like end game stuff, you're supposed to make it more challenging and fun. More challenging in a fun way. That's the point. So, but I get the impression at Blizzard now, like, I don't know, I think it's been for years like this. Blizzard has been employing people who are becoming creatively bankrupt. With all due respect to specific people, I'm talking generally. I don't even know like who designs, for example, and it's not just in Diablo. This is affecting affixes in Mythic dungeons in World of Warcraft, Mythic Plus, M Plus dungeons. Some of the affixes are more annoying than anything else. They're just annoying. They're like pests, you know. So they're like literally, as I said, it's almost like a cockroach that follows you around at home. It's not making your life like that much more difficult, and it's not beautiful to look at. It's not fun to interact with. Following you around doesn't add fun to life generally. It's literally a pest following you around, and that is just that my literal feeling towards certain affixes in Mythic Plus dungeons in World of Warcraft, and also my feeling towards some of the affixes in these Nightmare dungeons in Diablo. It's like, I think it's lazy game design. It's the designers of these affixes, they are thinking, we want to make the content more challenging. We want to make the content more challenging. How do we do this? How do we do this? And, you know, lo and behold, their solutions are just these lazy, half-baked ideas of how to make the dungeon more difficult, period. Not more challenging and fun. So they yes, they took the difficulty, and it's not, and this is how I would describe it. And the choice of words here is very intentional, because there is a huge difference between something challenging. We usually use that word in a positive way. It's a good challenge. But difficult, we rarely use the word difficult positively, and that's exactly my point. They are thinking from the perspective of how do we make the dungeon, the mythic dungeon in WoW, or the nightmare dungeon in Diablo 4, how do we make that dungeon more difficult? How do we make it harder? Really? Is that your inspiration there to come up with these affixes? But yeah, and if they were thinking how to make, you know, those dungeons more challenging and fun, and those are the ideas, then yeah, I'm very disappointed in them, thinking that, you know, these half-baked ideas make any game more challenging or fun, because they don't. They're literally like that cockroach following you around, and that redstone, even if it's gonna one-shot me at dungeon tier 100 or whatever, even if it's gonna one-shot me at that tier level, it's still like a cockroach following me around. It's annoying. It doesn't make the dungeon more challenging and fun. It makes the dungeon more annoying. It makes my experience in the dungeon annoying, not fun. So yeah, I don't know. And maybe you know, there are others who feel differently toward these affixes, but that's my feeling toward them. They're just annoying, not really fun. And yeah, and I can see the Razer blade. I'm quite enjoying it. It's making, you know, the dungeon smoother in a way, because I really don't like chasing mobs around. I hate that. I hate having to chase mobs, and this is one of the reasons I like ranged classes. You can like kind of snipe enemies from a distance. Like if their enemies are spread around, you can. And I also really like the corpse tendrils from the necromancer class, because they pull the you know, the enemies for you from if they're spread around, they gather them into one spot, and then you can just nuke them. It's a really nice quality of life improvement for the necromancer and whoever has these. And also the chain, like if you notice at the beginning of the run, I had the chain here, but I changed it because this, you know, for extra survivability. And I do, because I'm kind of like having a lazy run, I do need iron skin sometimes just to save myself from death, because yeah, otherwise I'm gonna have to pay more attention, which is probably good practice. I should do that, but I'm just lazing about, you know, kind of, you know, headbutting myself into the things, rather than just keep dodging and paying attention to the circle of fire and that business. I'm just you know, face rolling the runs just to level up.
There's that.
Damn it, the boss already spawned. world bosses are, from my perspective, they're very important to do because, I mean, at least while someone is still gearing up, and I definitely am.
Greetings. There are so many ways I can kill you.
Impressive.
Thank you.
Yeah, because even if like
Beast lives
my main, for
within
example, class would be geared up fine, you know, I enjoy playing the other classes sometimes. Like I enjoy this for, you know, changing and stuff, and there are certain items that I'll, you know, probably need to farm for a while. Like for example, necklaces and boots with speed, with movement speed. Like this is only, look, you know, you can in these boots you can get up to 26.2 movement speed, and these ones are only 16.5. That's 10% movement speed that I'm missing. Same thing. There is no movement speed at all here in this necklace. So yeah, I'll keep, you know, wanting to get necklaces and boots for all my classes, for all the characters that I actively play. I'll keep wanting to have to put, you know, boots and like one pair of boots and a necklace on every character that I play, with speed boost. And of course, like the other traits have to be also relevant to the class and suitable for the class. I can only tolerate, like, and also for the boots, I definitely have to have the implicit maximum evade charges. I don't want the other two possibilities or the other one or two possibilities. They're like useless and annoying. I think there's two. One of them is speed after you evade, like you only get one charge of evade, but then you have like movement speed, faster movement speed right after evading. And the other possibility, I can't remember now what it is, but I definitely have to have like evade charges, extra evade charges, and movement speed on the boots. And then the other affixes, I can tolerate one useless one that I can just try to re-roll into something even mildly useful, and I'll be happy with that pair that way. And of course, the movement speed. So this one is almost good. Unfortunately, the movement speed is just too low, and I think I already tried to this one. This is the one I talked about at the very beginning of the stream. I spent millions, you know, re-rolling just to get this feeble movement speed, or like, you know, minimum. This is like on the minimum scale, like the minimum range. And of course, as you can see in the necklace, I haven't even tried to re-roll. It's just too much waste of resources, this re-rolling business. So yeah. And because of that, that's why I think world bosses are quite important for me to grab them every time they're available. I gotta do it, because they tend, at least that's my impression, they tend to drop a lot of 925 like stuff, like this 925 level power level item power 925. They tend to drop a lot of rare, like this yellow rare gear that is at 925, and that is really nice. I really like that, because then I don't have to keep, you know, feeling like, oh, should I upgrade this 5 item power or not. And then the other thing about item power, you know, a lot of people say it's not important, but for me, in the necklace specifically and the boots, they're very important. Item power, like 920, like maximum item power, getting the max level 925 is quite important for me in the boots and the necklace. Why? Because they contribute directly to the movement speed. The higher the item power, the higher the movement speed. And movement speed is quite important for me. You know, it just makes the game more fun that way, to be able to, you know, to see my character moving a bit faster. I find that a lot more fun. Here's the cockroach. The cockroach. As soon as the cockroach saw me, it ran towards me. The badly designed side quests for solo. There's a extreme imbalance here. Some of these side activities, they are like good fun solo, like it's a good challenge. Like sometimes when I try to do some of them, I find them a good challenge. Like I have to like exert some effort. I have to make an effort. I have to try to strategize my movement, stuff like that, in order to get the mastery, of the activity. So I like them. Some of the activities are done well, but this is one of the worst ones. You just can't solo it. I've tried like different ways, and it's almost impossible to solo.
is that?
Don't dally. Hand it over.
Very strange. It looks like a lag, but the stream's going fine. At least your OBS is showing me green bars. I don't know what this lag is about. Yeah, this lag was so annoying. It's just jarring and annoying. I don't know what's going on. And if the upload is going fine, it looks fine on OBS, then I don't know what's going on.
The forge is always hot.
It is done.
Different, this one.
You can still use these.
I'm gonna check what this lag is about. I'll try to see what's going on. The speed test says there are possible problems. It says like after doing the test, it looks. I don't know actually. My ping does seem a bit off. In the download and upload speeds seem okay, but the ping does look strange. I'm not sure if this is because I'm streaming and I didn't stop the stream or what. I'm not sure, but it also says having internet problems, popular services with reported issues, World of Warcraft possible problems, Blizzard Battle.net problems, apparently confirmed problems, and Fortnite also has confirmed problems. So maybe it's not on my end, maybe. I'll try another run on the Barbarian, maybe one last run. I hope it goes smoothly. I hope.
Well, let's have a look. Don't be a stranger. Come back soon.
My strength. Please. Take it back from me. Let it in. Such power!
Of mortality. In the year of the light, 1318, on Nukijistan, we have buried 92 souls on these hallowed grounds. Abortive and stillborn, 7. Bleeding wounds, 4. Childbed, 2. Executed, 15. Frostbitten, 6. Old age, 1. Removal of blood, 54. Starvation, 3.
Yeah, next I'll try see how things go with my sorcerer and a short break. What a train wreck. Sorcerers, man.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
And I don't even have the best gear. Like, I don't have, you might have already noticed I'm far from mana sufficient. Like, I'm starved for mana. So yeah, this is how my gear is now. Yeah, I've got this just for the teleport. It's acceptable, I guess. Yeah, a lot of my gear is maxed, but I'm talking about the affixes and the mana regen and mana saving business. It's far from ideal. Even this, the ball lightning, isn't doing the maximum damage. It's kind of middle. This isn't maxed, and I haven't been lucky with a good focus so far. Yeah, this Mother's Embrace is, you know, as you can see, it's also not maxed. It's like, I mean, it's not like that. It's not a good Mother's Embrace. Not a good roll. Only 25% resource cost saved. It's helping a little bit, but you know, not really enough. And then yeah, Talrasha's iridescent loop. This is of course the center of the build. Without it, I don't think it makes sense. A lot of things don't make sense without this ring. In this build, I mean. And yeah, this is the one I put the movement speed on because I have these shoes and they're acceptable. And these boots, I mean. So yeah, I put the movement speed here. But now, yeah, so this does have a little, it has acceptable. It's not like 26, but 19.5 movement speed is acceptable. This one, yeah, it doesn't have movement speed, so I still have to find like an amulet that has already in it a movement speed, and then if I can imprint it with Slaughter 2, that will help a lot, of course, in movement. But the main point is the focus. As you can see, there is nothing mana related. I mean, it's not a lousy focus in terms of the affixes, you know, intelligence, willpower, basic skill, and I do use a basic spell. It's a basic spell. I use Spark. I know this is not like the meta build, or it's not like the official Ball Lightning, and that's because I'm mana starved. Because of my mana business, I was forced to fill the time while I'm waiting for mana to basically regenerate. I have to do something, so that's why I picked a basic spell. Yeah, a basic spell like the Spark here. And the others, yeah, and of course the rings. There is, oh yeah, this one has. So this one has cooldown. It has lucky hit chance. This is good, and resource generation. Yeah, Talrasha's iridescent loop has these two. Of course, they are not like the greatest rolls. Like resource regeneration is kind of in the middle, kind of. It's not too bad. It's all right, middle ground. And lucky hit chance is, I think it's decent. It's leaning toward the maximum, 9%. So this is very nice. The lucky hit chance and resource generation on the Talrasha's iridescent blue. But then Mother's Embrace, lucky hit chance is not, you know, it's kind of toward the minimum range, not the greatest. And of course there's no mana regeneration or mana saving at all. So that's an issue, of course. and its core skill saving is only 25%, not 40, 35 or something. So it's not the greatest Mother's Embrace, but better than not having it. I think, at least. But then, so these rings, I'd rather not, really give them up. I'd rather keep using them until I can upgrade them. But the focus business, yeah, this is really, really bad. I need a better focus, and hopefully one that, has some mana regeneration, mana saving, to help a little bit with my mana situation. I was also following the official, sort of like everything here is completely different than my style. I usually don't. Like I wouldn't use the, like, look at this. This is like the official one from Mobalytics, the official Ball Lightning build, Talrasha's Ball Lightning build from Mobalytics. As you can see, the whole board here is being used just for this socket. Of course, the enchantment isn't being taken, it's ignored. I usually don't do this. I mean, if I use a board, I use it for the legendary node, usually. That's at least, the way I do it. But, I hope these guys they know what they're doing. So this is the only build. This is the only build that I've been following, like from someone else. All my other characters' builds, they are my own design. I designed them. I kept doing tests and stuff like that, and I came up with these after like a lot of testing and stuff. But this is the one. This one I'm just using. I'm following the Mobalytics one. So I don't know what's going on. Like this, yeah. Here is mana, because this could be basically designed for a level 100 mainly, or something like that. I'm not sure. I'm guessing, especially when it comes to something like the Paragon board, whoever designed this board, designed it for also like partially for leveling, or at least partially for getting, the Paragon points bit by step by step. This is gonna help with the mana a little bit, just a little bit. After spending 93 mana, your next cast of Chain Lightning or Charged Bolts makes enemies vulnerable for 2 seconds and restores 10%. But wait a minute, that's Chain Lightning or Charged Bolts? What the hell? Yeah. This build doesn't even use them. This is bizarre, man. These builds are bizarre, in my opinion at least. It's just strange. Like, seriously, what is this? Like a whole board, the legendary node is a... Oh my god. Look at this. 1, 2, 3 boards, legendary nodes, have absolutely nothing to do with the build. This I mean, some part of me is trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, but to be honest, quite blunt, I've tried several meta builds. I mean, I know I'm not like a level 100. I know none of my characters are level 100 yet. They don't have, obviously, maximum points. It's like about 100, just over 100 Paragon points. But some part of me is just surprised that it's almost like a phenomenon. Every time I try a meta build, like a standard meta build, and I try it just as it is, So yeah, as I was saying, every time I tried a meta build, it just didn't work. And it's not like, you know, it's not like I tried it with tweaks or whatever, or customization. I tried it. I got the same, the skill tree, everything, you know, everything that the build was doing it. And yes, and I appreciate, you know, I'm not a level 100, but I spent all, like, I have all the skill points. You know, I spent the skill tree is an exact copy of the meta, of this meta build that everybody's saying, oh, this is like the bone spear, for example, for the necromancer. Well, to be fair, not every time. Yeah, the barbarian one worked for me. Yeah, the barbarian one worked for me. I liked its performance a lot. And this one too. I mean, this one so far, this one is doing okay, but the mana business is, you know, like I couldn't. Like, as you can see, the meta build or the official build would remove spark and instead of spark use ice armor or whatever it's called, the ice barrier. But yeah, as I said, I couldn't. You know, my mana, I'm like mana starved, so I had to do something. And when I did this, when I actually removed ice barrier and I took spark, my damage, just like my ability to kill things, went up the roof. I was like much faster. I was like 4 or 5 times faster. Literally, I'm not even exaggerating. I went, my speed, the way, I mean, my speed of killing things went up madly. So as you can see, even this build, I can't use this ball lightning build, you know, as a direct copy of the meta official build. I can't. Otherwise, I'm not going to do damage. So yes, and I appreciate, I'm not level 100 yet. I don't have all the Paragon points. But still, I mean, there's something strange. And as I said, the Barbarian one worked as it is. But the Necromancer didn't work at all. The Rogue one also didn't work. As it is, at least. It didn't work as it is. What's left? Then you have the Sorcerer. Yeah, the Sorcerer didn't work on, you know, without me just doing this simple small tweak. Barbarian worked. Which one is left? Druid. Yeah, Druid. The Druid one, it didn't work with it because it required a unique. You know, I had to get back at the time, I had to have this armor. You know, the chest armor that makes the werebear form the true form or whatever, you know, like, however, the permanent, I mean, rather than the true form, I'd rather call it the permanent form. So yeah, it didn't work because of the unique. So yeah, but now that I have the unique, I'm actually not following the official build, I'm following my own. Yeah, actually, you know what, the official build on the, I remember now when I was playing just on this stream, I was playing the Druid on the official build. The official build uses Bestial Rampage. And yeah, I wouldn't be doing the same amount of damage I do now if I followed that. If I used like the Bestial Rampage instead of Ursine Strength. Using Ursine Strength really improves my damage. But yeah, my point is that looking at this Paragon board here, I am quite a bit skeptical. Yes, the rest of the build is working. I do like that. You know, my sorcerer is the only one maxed this way. He's the only one who has all these resistances. I do like this. You know, I'm kind of preparing for challenging content and stuff. Oh wow!
I offered you power. Now you seek to steal it from me.
Ah, a warrior. How may I serve?
I offered you power. Now you seek to steal it from me.
This one has movement speed, but it's a bit too low. The item power, I mean. So, which affects the speed, the maximum speed that you can get after upgrading it. So, yeah.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? I'll keep my forge. I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
I offered you power. Now you seek to steal it from me.
I forge more than horseshoes. What's left, you ask? Greetings. What's still got some good in it?
seek to steal it from me.
I can break that down.
It is done.
Service fit for a king.
Come back if you need the forge.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? I've been starting from nothing.
Bright aura. Brighter soul.
think I can manage from here. Please, take this.
With them. Instead, I stay. A skeleton crew will guard the fort until the knights can return. You'd be proud. No more polishing shields for me. They gave me a sword, though I doubt you will ever see battle. All right, soon. Edmund.
Watch out!
That looks worn. There's that.
killed for my faith, burned and tortured. When I died in that forsaken place, it was without the grace of the light. Their path to salvation led me only into darkness. Now, it is blood that gives me purpose. I will drink the life of this world forever.
tragic. I write this as I bleed out my last among the corrupted tombs of those who might have been my brothers. I have hunted these wretched creatures for as long as I've been able to wield a knife against them. They feed on blood and grow strong in numbers. I have chased them into this nest and been caught in a trap. Their leader can raise the dead, and I fear for all who wander unknowingly into these crypts. If you have the skill, hunt them down. Do not let my death be for naught.
for this!
That looks worn. I can fix it.
The ones who get watch duty.
The forge is ready for whatever you need. Come back if you need the forge.
my corpse. And from my mouth crawled hatred. The weak made strong. Tears of blood rained on it as a jewel. Hell was torn asunder. A spear of light, piercing hatred's heart. A wise man with 7 arms. Fog of lies, plagues of every name. I saw a child give birth to a mother. As hatred's sun set, and that of terror and destruction dawned.
Troubles.
Help, please!
Come back if you need the forge.
Well, let's have a look. The forge is ready for whatever you need. The forge is always hot.
I appreciate that.
Thanks.
Impressive. Thank you. That was not bad. Farewell.
hammer sings on your return.